Buddy, I'm starting later than what I had tweeted out, but I realized that my reach on Twitter is considerably less than Twitch. So there's a few things that I'm going to plan out for today. We are going to read a story. Last Christmas, we read Christmas Carol, Dickens, and I'd love to do that again, but I figured we can do a bit of variety. This one will probably be a bit shorter. And I was not 100% sure what I was going to do today, but there's a couple of reasons why I like doing a Christmas stream. Number one, it's not necessarily the case that everyone is going to be home or just otherwise have something to do on Twitch. And I think it's way too much to expect me to be a substitute for that. But at the very least, if you have a friendly voice and something to kind of do for the holiday, that generally feels better than not having, you know, not having something. I realize this sounds very, very cute, but I don't know. I There's a couple of reasons for this. Hey, Elgrins, how you doing? Merry Christmas to you. And yeah, I'm happy saying Christmas. It's not some culture war thing for me. It's the name of the holiday. I don't get mad if people say Happy Holidays, and if they want to call it anything else. Generally, I kind of go. I follow the general rule that you adopt the terms that if it's about someone else, you adopt the terms that they choose. So if somebody wants to be addressed in with a particular title or that within reason, like I'm not going to call someone Doctor So and So on a on the basis on the basis of their say so. But likewise for holidays, if somebody says Happy Holidays to me, I might greet with a Merry Christmas because that's a reaction or like a reflex. And if that turns out to be something that bothers them, I don't necessarily mind turning around and say, oh, sorry, it's meant to give you the best wishes for the season, not to open up a debate. But I don't know. I also tend to think it's a little bit like the spoiler stuff. So there is going to be some chat before we go on the broadcast. I'll go into the reasons for that in a bit. But I don't know. I tend to find it's a little bit like the spoiler thing. There are maybe some things that are worth digging your heels in on. Um, but I tend to find, at least the way that kind of the internet is, at least now. I can't speak for the entire history of the internet, um, but the issue is almost never the thing being debated. I don't think people are actually that torn up about whether or not, I don't know, James Bond, defeats the evil plan in the end. I haven't seen the most recent ones, but I think it is a fairly well established, pattern in the series that it, the bad guys do not like get away with it all, and there's no no redemption. That would be a considerably different approach to the series. So I think somebody like really getting torn up about the idea of a spoiler to something like a James Bond movie. Clearly, it's not about the Bond film, and it could be in some cases if somebody's being you know openly disrespectful. Um, yeah, it's the issue of the disrespect. If it's maybe they don't feel the conversation is enough about them, well, complaining about a spoiler is a really great way to direct that attention, back to you. And that, in some cases, that may even be a somewhat justified complaint in the sense that if somebody's been alienated from a conversation, they're going to maybe use a mechanism to try and redirect it. But yeah, I mean, in reality, I tend not to think people are really I don't think it's sort of the red line. I tend not to think the name of the holiday is the red line for people. I suspect probably there's something else going on because I don't know. Like compared to what you would hear from certain television outlets. Um, it doesn't really feel like there's that many people like yelling at you for saying Christmas. Hey, Vanguard Master, just dropping by to lurk. Yeah, no, that's the point of doing it this way. So yeah, I should maybe take a second here and explain why I haven't jumped into the story, particularly for the VOD, because people listening to the VOD are likely going to want the um, are likely going to want the just the content. I've been on the verge of sneezing for like the last 5 minutes or so. There we go. Sorry about that. Um, but my reach on, I'd say probably Twitch is my biggest reach, especially in terms of the fact that there is at least the option to turn on an alert for me. When it comes to YouTube, there will usually be an announcement for a video going online, but of course that's a pre-recorded video. That's something a little bit different. And I do know a number of people who are regulars like to follow on Twitter, but I think it is something of a, I don't know, it's something of a stretch to assume that people are just sort of sitting by the timeline wondering, oh, is he finally going to go online? So, in this case here, because it's a shorter story than A Christmas Carol, I believe, I should be able to get by without having to dedicate every minute to the story. And I figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to kind of catch up with everyone. But I will give maybe a little bit of reasoning in terms of why I try to do a Christmas stream every time that I can. I got out of the house pretty much as soon as I could. I mean, I know some people kind of come from more troubled households, and it would be wrong for me to claim that for myself. So it's not like I ran away from home at 16 and I've been ever supporting myself ever since. It is fair to say, as soon as I was done high school, I left as quickly as I could and went to Vancouver to sort of establish myself in film. And that took time, and I certainly worked a lot of not film jobs to make that happen. And of course, I've moved on to other things, since then. But it is true that for the majority of Christmases, I have not really had them in sort of um, a home-like environment. It's also true after a while, my family moved to Ontario. Now I'm in Ontario now as well, but it was also true that even the option of a Christmas, some kind of family get together for Christmas, that wasn't necessarily going to be a thing for a while. But one thing that is very true, sorry, not very true. One thing that is true about kind of my Christmases, and something I'm very grateful for, is that I have some friends in Vancouver who, I work. I actually, the funny thing is I actually just worked with one in a Starbucks. That's how I met them. But we sort of kept in touch after we moved on to our respective jobs. Somebody who's very encouraging throughout sort of my various iterations. One thing I do think that's kind of interesting is there are people who have known me in various stages of my life, whether I was in school or working in film or right now doing the econ stuff. And there are not a lot of overlaps. In fact, one of the things that I think has been true is there is definitely a little bit of recycling that happens with the friendships as soon as people don't feel like they can get you the thing that they want. So I certainly knew a lot of people who wanted to get into film who suddenly, would talk to me a lot less when I was moving out from that job. That maybe wasn't entirely a surprise, by the way. Like, I'm somewhat oblivious, but not that oblivious. But it is fair to say that because, and I think people tend to notice this when they move to other cities, or if they once they get out of school, it is not always. There's some people who make friends very easily, and then there are some people who kind of find themselves uprooted. And if their social circle has sort of broken apart for whatever reason, um, they can sometimes find it very difficult to find that grounding again. And one thing that was very nice for me, and I can't even remember where the tradition really started, but this friend that I had met, again, originally in a Starbucks, like very accomplished and really admirable person, by the way. But she invited me to her family's place in the in Vancouver, and what became a nice thing to do when they sort of found out that I didn't really have any family or plans for Christmas. I don't think there was ever a year where I wasn't invited to that home. And I mean, as far as just things to do, these are people I would regularly buy gifts for. There was a gift exchange, even though they were bringing me in and giving me food and just otherwise being incredibly gracious hosts. Um, it was about everything that I think people tend to associate with family around Christmas. Hello, Olaf. Merry Christmas to you too. I'm really happy to see you here. I hope you had a good one, because I know it's probably getting near the end of the day where you are. So, um, in any case, I've obviously benefited tremendously from people sort of being willing to open their doors to me and make me feel valued over the holiday. And like I said, um, it's a lot to assume that a Twitch stream can replace that or be a full substitute for it. But given that, number one, I don't necessarily have a lot to do on Christmas myself. I've already, talked to family and such. One of the things I have tried to do where I can is to get at least some kind of a stream in, so that you get a chance to hear someone, whether you participate in chat or whether it's just something you like to sort of kick back with. But given the fact that we don't necessarily have fireplaces around anymore, you can at least bask in the glow of. Oh, sorry, I actually just got a little bit of good news. So if you can just give me a second here. I'm really sorry to do this in silence, but this is actually really important for me to deal with right now. Okay, I do apologize for that, but something that I was going to be stressing out about over the next couple of weeks is going to be considerably easier now. But yeah, so I guess this is about you can enjoy the warm glow of your monitor and a some talkative Canadian going over things. But yeah, the overall plan, because I'm not 100% sure on how much lead time to give people for things, I wanted to at least get a little bit of chatting in, make sure that everyone was doing well. I'm particularly happy to see Olaf. And we will get on with a story. I actually wasn't quite sure what I was going to do story-wise. Actually, okay, better still. I have a wonderful opportunity which is going to be coming up, and I will share. This is the secret thing that I can't talk about, but will talk about when I can. Um, so that will be coming up sooner than you think. But when I was talking with the person about it, I actually sort of said, "Is like, yeah, I'd like to do a Christmas story if I can, but I don't actually have anything off the top of my head. I already did like the big one, Christmas Carol, so it's going to feel like everything else is a cheap substitute. Hey, Nexus General. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be reading a story in a little bit. But Merry Christmas to you. Um, but yeah, so the plan is, just a little bit of a chat at the start, let you all know that you're appreciated, and hopefully give you a distraction if you find yourself like I was in Vancouver, and I guess like I find myself today, although I'm not necessarily that bothered by it. And then we'll get the story done. And then if there's time and I'm feeling up to it, I think we'll do a little bit of gaming. It's something I can't remember if I've done this on stream before or not, but it's going to be one of those games for old people. So um, we'll get into that. But let's talk about the story that I'm going to do. So I am a fan of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And some of you may not know. So, in the book, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the seventh chapter is The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. Not necessarily, one of the well-known, probably not one of the better-known Sherlock Holmes stories. I think, maybe Speckled Band is one, Dancing Men. I'm trying to think of some of the ones that people are really, really familiar with. But The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle is not the first thing I think of when it comes to Sherlock Holmes. But um, the wonderful thing about you know copy or the way copyright law at least works in Canada is it's shorter than the U.S. And past a certain point after the death of the author, everybody can read it. It means I don't need to worry about people coming in and smashing me to pieces with a DMCA request. I have coffee, by the way. So we're going to do that. And again, I'll probably have to do some sort of a voice or something like that. Please keep in mind, it's a little bit easier to make something sound good if I have editing software in front of me and I get to do multiple takes. I'm probably going to trip over lines. Some of the dialogue may be a little strange in delivery, and I'm going to have to pause for things like sneezing and sipping coffee and such because I would like to have it while it's warm. I'm already wrapped up in a blanket, but let's have some fun with the Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. I'd called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes upon the second morning after Christmas with the intention of wishing him the compliments of the season. He was lounging upon the sofa in a purple dressing gown, a pipe rack within his reach upon the right, and a pile of crumpled morning papers, evidently newly studied, near at hand. Beside the couch was a wooden chair, and on the angle of the back hung a very seedy and disreputable hard felt hat, much the worse for wear and cracked in several places. A lens and forceps lying upon the seat of the chair suggested that the hat had been suspended in this manner for the purpose of examination. "You're engaged," said I. "Perhaps I interrupt you." "Not at all. I'm glad to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results. The matter is a perfectly trivial one." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the old hat. "There are points in connection with it which are not entirely devoid of interest and even of instruction." I seated myself in his armchair and warmed my hands before his crackling fire, for a sharp frost had set in, and the windows were thick with ice crystals. "Suppose," I remarked, "that homely as it looks, this thing has some deadly story linked to it, that it is a clue which will guide you in the solution of some mystery and the punishment of some crime." "Oh, no, no crime," said Sherlock Holmes, laughing. "Only one of those whimsical little incidents which will happen when you have 4 million human beings all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles. Amid the action and reaction of so dense a swarm of humanity, every possible combination of events may be expected to take place, and many a little problem will be presented which may be striking and bizarre without being criminal. We have already had experience of such. So much so," I remarked, "that the last 6 cases which I have added to my notes, 3 have been entirely free of any legal crime." "Precisely. You allude to my attempt to recover the Irene Adler papers, to the singular case of Miss Mary Sutherland, and to the adventure of the man with the twisted lip. Well, I have no doubt that this small matter will fall into some innocent category. You know Peterson, the commissionaire?" "Yes." "It is to him that this trophy belongs." "It is his hat." No, no, he found it. Its owner is unknown. I beg that you will look upon it not as a battered billycock, but an intellectual problem. And first, as to how it came here. It arrived upon Christmas morning in company with a good fat goose, which is, I have no doubt, roasting at this moment in front of Peterson's fire. The facts are these. About 4 o'clock on Christmas morning, Peterson, who, as you know, is a very honest fellow, was returning from some small jollification and was making his way homeward toward Tottenham Court Road. In front of him, he saw, in the gaslight, a tallish man, walking with a slight stagger and carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Good Street, a row broke out between this stranger and a little knot of roughs. One of the latter knocked off the man's hat, on which he raised his stick to defend himself, and, swinging it over his head, smashed the shop window behind him. Peterson had rushed forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window, and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels, and vanished amid the labyrinth of small streets which lie at the back of Tottenham Court Road. The roughs had also fled at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left in possession of the field of battle, and also the spoils of victory in the shape of this battered hat and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose, which surely he restored to their owner. My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It is true that for Mrs. Henry Baker was printed upon the small card, which was tied to the bird's left leg, and it is also true that the initials HB are legible upon the lining of this hat. But as there are some thousand Bakers and some hundreds of Henry Bakers in this city of ours, it is not easy to restore lost property to any one of them. What then did Peterson do? He brought round both hat and goose to me on Christmas morning, knowing that even the smallest problems are of interest to me. The goose we retained until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the light frost, it would be well that it should be eaten without unnecessary delay. Its finder had carried off, therefore, to fulfill the ultimate destiny of a goose, while I continued to retain the hat of the unknown gentleman who lost his Christmas dinner. Did he not advertise? No. Then what clue could you have as to his identity? Only as much as we can deduce. From his hat? Precisely. But you're joking. What can you gather from this old battered felt? Here's my lens. You know my methods. What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article? I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. It was a very ordinary black hat of the usual round shape, hard and much the worse for wear. Lining had been of red silk, but was a good deal discolored. There was no maker's name, but, as Holmes had remarked, the initials HB were scrawled upon one side. It was pierced in the brim for a hat securer, but the elastic was missing. For the rest, it was cracked, exceedingly dusty, and spotted in several places, although there seemed to be some attempt to hide the discolored patches by smearing them with ink. I can see nothing, said I, handing it back to my friend. On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything. You fail, however, to reason from what you see. You are too timid in drawing your inferences. Then, pray tell me what it is that you can infer from this hat. He picked it up and gazed at it in the peculiar introspective fashion which was characteristic of him. It is perhaps less suggestive than it might have been, he remarked, and yet there are a few inferences which can be very distinct, and few others which represent at least a strong balance of probability. That the man was highly intellectual is of course obvious upon the face of it, and also that he was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon evil days. He had foresight, but has less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when taken with the decline of his fortune, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink, at work upon him. This may account also for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him. My dear Holmes! He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect, he continued, disregarding my remonstrance. He is a man who leads a sedentary life, goes out little, is out of training entirely, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he has cut within the past few days, and which he anoints with lime cream. These are the more patent facts which are to be deduced from his hat. Also, by the way, that it is extremely improbable that he has gas laid on in his house. You are certainly joking, Holmes. Not in the least. It's possible that even now, when I give you these results, you are unable to follow how you are unable to see how they are attained? I have no doubt that I'm very stupid, but I must confess that I am unable to follow you. For example, how did you deduce that this man was intellectual? For answer, Holmes clasped the hat upon his head, came right over the forehead, and settled upon the bridge of his nose. "It's a question of cubic capacity," said he. "A man with so large a brain must have something in it." Decline of his fortunes, then? "This hat is 3 years old. These flat brims curled at the edge came in then. It is a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago, and he has no hat since, then he has assuredly gone down in the world." That is clear enough, certainly. How about the foresight and moral retrogression? Sherlock Holmes laughed. "Here's the foresight," he said, putting his finger upon a little disc in the loop of the hat securer. "They are never sold upon hats. If this man ordered one, it is a sign of a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind. But since we see that he has broken the elastic and has not troubled to replace it, it is obvious that he has less foresight now than formerly, which is a distinct proof of weakening nature. On the other hand, he has endeavored to conceal some of these stains upon the felt by daubing them with ink, which is a sign that he has not entirely lost self-respect. Your reasoning is certainly plausible. The further points that he is middle-aged, that his hair is grizzled, that it has been recently cut, and that he uses lime cream are all to be gathered from a close examination of the lower part of the lining. The lens discloses a large number of hair ends, clean cut by the scissors of the barber. They all appear to be adhesive, and there is a distinct odor of lime cream. This dust, you will observe, is not the gritty gray dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house, showing that it has been hung up indoors most of the time, while the marks of moisture upon the inside are proof positive that the wearer perspired very freely and could therefore hardly be of the best training. But his wife, you said that she had ceased to love him? This hat has not been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear Watson, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection. But he might be a bachelor. Hey, he was bringing home the goose as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card upon the bird's leg. You have an answer to everything, but how on earth do you deduce that the gas is not laid on in his house? One tallow stain, or even two, might come by chance, but when I see no less than 5, I think that there can be little doubt that the individual might be brought into frequent contact with burning tallow. Walks upstairs at night, probably, with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other. Anyhow, he never got tallow stains from a gas jet. Are you satisfied? Well, it is very ingenious, said I, laughing. But since, as you said just now, there has been no crime committed and no harm done save for the loss of a goose, all this seems to be rather a waste of energy. Sherlock Holmes had opened his mouth to reply when the door flew open, and Peterson, the commissionaire, rushed into the apartment with flushed cheeks and the face of a man who is dazed with astonishment. "The goose, Mr. Holmes! The goose, sir!" he gasped. "Eh? What of it, then? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?" Holmes twisted himself around the sofa to get a fairer view of the man's excited face. "See here, sir! See what my wife found in its crop." He held out his hand and displayed upon the center of the palm a brilliantly scintillating blue stone, rather smaller than a bean in size, but of such purity and radiance that it twinkled like an electric point in the dark hollow of his hand. Sherlock Holmes sat up with a whistle. "By Jove, Peterson," said he, "this is a treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got. A diamond, sir? A precious stone? It cuts into glass as though it were putty. More than a precious stone. It is the precious stone." "Not the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle," I ejaculated. "Precisely so. I thought to know its size and shape, seeing that I have read the advertisement about it in the Times every day lately. It is absolutely unique, and its value can only be conjectured. The reward offered of £1,000 is certainly not within a 20th part of the market price." £1,000! Great Lord of mercy! The commissionaire plumped down into a chair and stared from one of us to the other. "That is the reward, and I have reason to know that there are sentimental considerations in the background which would induce the Countess to part with half her fortune if she could recover the gem. It was lost, if I remember right, at the Hotel Cosmopolitan," I remarked. "Precisely so. On December 22nd, just 5 days ago, John Horner, a plumber, was accused of having abstracted it from the lady's jewel case. The evidence against him was so strong that the case had been referred to the assizes. I have some account of the matter here, I believed. He rummaged amid the newspapers, glancing over the dates, until at last he smoothed one out, doubled it over, and read the following paragraph. Hotel Cosmopolitan jewel robbery. John Horner, 26, plumber, was brought upon the charge of having, upon the 22nd, I think 22nd instance, abstracted from the jewel case of the Countess of Morcar the valuable gem known as the Blue Carbuncle. James Ryder, upper attendant at the hotel, gave his evidence to the effect that he had shown Horner up to the dressing room of the Countess of Morcar upon the day of the robbery in order that he might solder the second bar of the grate, which was loose. He had remained with Horner some little time, but had finally been called away. On returning, he found that Horner had disappeared, that the bureau had been forced open, that the small morocco casket, in which, as it afterwards transpired, the Countess was accustomed to keep her jewel, was lying empty upon the dressing table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm, and Horner was arrested the same evening, but the stone could not be found either upon his person or in his rooms. Catherine Cusack, maid to the Countess, deposed to having heard Ryder's cry of dismay on discovering the robbery, and to having rushed to the room where she found matters as described by the last witness. Inspector Bradstreet, B Division, gave evidence as to the arrest of Horner, who struggled frantically and protested his innocence in the strongest terms. Evidence of a previous conviction of robbery having been given against the prisoner, the magistrate refused to deal summarily with the offense, but referred it to the assizes. Horner, who has shown signs of intense emotion during the proceedings, fainted away at the conclusion and was carried out of court. So much for the police court, said Holmes thoughtfully, tossing aside the paper. The question for us now to solve is the sequence of events leading from a rifled jewel case at one end to the crop of a goose in Tottenham Court Road at the other. You see, Watson, our little deductions have suddenly assumed a much more important and less innocent aspect. Here is the stone. The stone came from the goose, and the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, gentleman with the bad hat and all the other characteristics with which I have bored you. So now we must set ourselves very seriously to finding this gentleman and ascertaining what part he has played in this little mystery. To do this, we must try the simplest means first, and these lie undoubtedly in the advertisement in all the evening papers. If this fail, I shall have recourse to other methods. You say? Give me a pencil and that slip of paper. Now then, found at the corner of Good Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have the same by applying at 6:30 this evening, 221B Baker Street. That is clear and concise. Very, but will he see it? Well, he's sure to keep an eye on the papers, since, to a poor man, the loss was a heavy one. He was clearly so scared by his mischance in breaking a window and by the approach of Peterson that he thought of nothing but flight. But since then he must have bitterly regretted the impulse which caused him to drop his bird. And again, the introduction of his name will cause him to see it, for everyone knows him will direct his attention to it. Here you are, Peterson. Run down to the advertising agency and have this put in the evening papers. In which, sir? Oh, in the Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James's, Evening News, Standard Echo, and any others that occur to you. Very well, sir. And this stone? Ah, yes, I shall keep the stone. Thank you. And I say, Peterson, just buy a goose on your way back and leave it here with me, for we must have one to give this gentleman in place of the one which your family is now devouring. When the commissionaire had gone, Holmes took up the stone and held it against the light. It's a bonny thing, said he. Just see how it glints and sparkles. Of course, it is a nucleus and a focus of crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's pet baits. In the larger and older jewels, every facet must stand for a bloody deed. This stone is not yet 20 years old. It was found in the banks of the Amoy River in southern China, and is remarkable in having every characteristic of the carbuncle, save that it is blue in shade instead of ruby red. In spite of its youth, it has already a sinister history. There have been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal. Who would think that so pretty a toy would be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison? I'll lock it up in my strongbox now and drop a line to the Countess to say that we have it. Do you think that this man Horner is innocent? Cannot tell. Well then, do you imagine that this other one, Henry Baker, had something to do with the matter? It is, I think, it is, I think, much more likely that Henry Baker is an absolutely innocent man who had no idea that the bird which he was carrying was of considerably more value than if it were made of solid gold. That, however, I shall determine by a very simple test if we have an answer to our advertisement. And you cannot do nothing until then? Nothing. In that case, I shall continue my professional round. Shall come back in the evening at the hour that you have mentioned, for I should like to see the solution of so tangled a business. Very glad to see you. I dine at 7. There is a woodcock, I believe. By the way, in view of recent occurrences, perhaps I ought to ask Mrs. Hudson to examine its crop. I had been delayed by a case, and it was a little after 6:30 when I found myself in Baker Street once more. As I approached the house, I saw a tall man in a Scotch bonnet with a coat which was buttoned up to his chin waiting outside in the bright semicircle which was thrown from his fanlight. Just as I arrived, the door was opened, and we were shown up together to Holmes's room. Mr. Henry Baker, I believe, said he, rising from his armchair and greeting his visitor with the easy air of geniality which he could so readily assume. Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Baker. It is a cold night, and I observe that your circulation is more adapted for summer than for winter. Ah, Watson, you've come at just the right time. Is that your hat, Mr. Baker? Yes, sir, it is undoubtedly my hat. He was a large man with rounded shoulders, a massive head, and a broad, intelligent face, sloping down to a pointed beard of grizzled brown. A touch of red in his nose and cheeks, with a slight tremor of his extended hand, recalled Holmes' surmise as to his habit. His rusty black frock coat was buttoned right up to in front, with a collar turned up, and his lank wrists protruded from his sleeves without a sign of cuff or shirt. He spoke in a slow staccato fashion, choosing his words with care, and gave the impression generally of a man of learning and letters who had ill usage at the hands of fortune. We've retained these things for some days, said Holmes, because we expected to see an advertisement from you giving your address. I'm at a loss to know now why you did not advertise. Our visitor gave a rather shamefaced laugh. Shillings have not been so plentiful with me as they once were, he remarked. I had no doubt that the gang of roughs who assaulted me had carried off both my hat and the bird. Did not care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt at recovering them. Very naturally. By the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it. To eat it? Our visitor half rose from his chair in excitement. Yes, it would have been no use to anyone if we had not done so, but I presume that this other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, will answer our purpose equally well? Oh, certainly, certainly, answered Mr. Baker with a sigh of relief. Of course, we still have the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your own bird, if you wish. The man burst into a hearty laugh. They might be useful to me as relics of my adventure, said he. But beyond that, I can hardly see what use the defecta membra of my late acquaintance are going to be to me. No, sir, I think that, with your permission, I will confine my attentions to the excellent bird which I perceive upon the sideboard. Sherlock Holmes glanced sharply across at me with a slight shrug of his shoulders. There is your hat, then, and there is your bird, said he. By the way, would it bore you to tell me where you got the other one from? I am somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I have seldom seen a better grown goose. Certainly, sir, said Baker, who had risen and tucked his newly gained property under his arm. There are a few of us who frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. We are to be found in the museum itself during the day, you understand. This year, our good host, Wingate by the name, instituted a goose club, by which, on consideration of some few pence every week, we were each to receive a bird at Christmas. My pence were duly paid, and the rest is familiar to you. I'm much indebted to you, sir, for as a Scotch bonnet is fitted neither to my years nor my gravity, with a comical pomposity of manner, he bowed solemnly to both of us, and strode off upon his way. So much for Mr. Henry Baker, said Holmes, when he closed the door behind him. I'm quite certain that he knows nothing whatever about the matter. Are you hungry, Watson? Not particularly. Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a supper and follow up this clue while it is still hot. By all means. It was a bitter night, so we drew our ulsters and wrapped cravats around our throats. Outside, the stars were shining coldly in a cloudless sky, and the breath of passers-by blew out into smoke like so many pistol shots. Our footfalls rang out crisply and loudly when we swung through the Doctor's Quarter, Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and so through Wigmore Street into Oxford Street. A quarter of an hour, we were in Bloomsbury at the Alpha Inn, which is a small public house at the corner of one of the streets which runs down into Holborn. Holmes pushed open the door of the private bar and ordered 2 glasses of beer from the ruddy faced, white aproned landlord. Your beer should be excellent if it is as good as your geese, said he. My geese? The man seemed surprised. Yes, I was speaking only half an hour ago to Mr. Henry Baker, who is a member of your goose club. Ah, yes, I see. But you see, sir, them's not our geese. Indeed. Whose then? Well, I got the 2 dozen from a salesman in Covent Garden. Indeed. I know some of them. Which was it? Breckenridge is his name. Ah, I don't know him. Well, here's to your good health, landlord, and prosperity to your house. Good night. Now for Mr. Breckenridge, he continued, buttoning up his coat as we came out into the frosty air. Remember, Watson, that though we have so homely a thing as a goose at one end of this chain, we have at the other a man who will certainly get 7 years penal servitude unless we can establish his innocence. It is possible that our inquiry may but confirm his guilt, but, in any case, we have a line of investigation which has been missed by the police, and with which a singular chance has been placed in our hands. Let us follow it to the bitter end. Faces to the south, then, and quick march. We passed across Holborn, down Endell Street, and so through a zigzag of slums to Covent Garden Market. One of the largest stalls bore the name of Breckenridge upon it, and the proprietor, a horsey-looking man with a sharp face and trimmed side whiskers, was helping a boy put up the shutters. Good evening. It's a cold night, said Holmes. The salesman nodded and shot a questioning glance at my companion. Sold out of geese, I see, continued Holmes, pointing at the bare slabs of marble. Let you have 500 tomorrow morning. It's no good. Well, there are some on the stall with a gas flare. Ah, but I was recommended to you. Who by? Landlord of the Alpha. Oh, yes. Sent him a couple dozen. Fine birds they were, too. And where did you get them from? To my surprise, the question provoked a burst of anger from the salesman. Now then, mister, he said, his head cocked and his arms akimbo. What are you driving at? Let's have it straight now. It is straight enough. I'd like to know who sold you the geese which you supplied to the Alpha. Well, then I shan't tell you. So now. Oh, it's a matter of no importance. I didn't know why you should be so warm over such a trifle. Warm? You'd be as warm, maybe, if you were as pestered as I am. When I pay good money for a good article, there should be an end to the business. But it's, where are the geese? And who did you sell these geese to? And why did you take for the geese? One would think that they were the only geese in the world to hear a fuss made over them. Well, I have no connection with any other people who have been making inquiries, said Holmes carelessly. If you won't tell us, the bet is off, that is all. But I'm always ready to back my opinion on the matter of fowls, and I have a fiver on it that the bird I ate is country bred. Well, then you've lost your fiver, for it's town bred, snapped the salesman. Nothing of the kind. I say it is. I don't believe it. You think you know more about fowls than I? I, who have handled them ever since I was a nipper? I tell you, all those birds went to the Alpha were town bred. You'll never persuade me to believe that. Will you bet then? Merely taking your money, for I know that I'm right. But I'll have a sovereign on with you, just to teach you not to be obstinate. The salesman chuckled grimly. Bring me the books, Bill, said he. A boy brought around a small thin volume and a great greasy backed one, laying them together beneath the hanging lamp. Now then, Mr. Cocksure, said the salesman, I thought that I was out of geese, but before I finish, you'll find that there's still one left in my shop. You see this little book? Well, that's the list of the folk from whom I'd buy. See? Well then, here on this page are the country folk, and the numbers after their names are where their accounts are in the big ledger. Now then, you'll see this other page in red ink. Well, that's a list of my town suppliers. Look at that third name. Just read it out to me. Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, 249, read Holmes. Quite so. Now, turn that up in the ledger. Holmes turned to the page indicated. Here you are, Miss Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, egg and poultry supplier. Now then, what's the last entry? December 22nd, 24 geese at 7 shillings 6. I'll just say 7s60. I may be wrong on the currency. Quite so. There you are. Underneath, sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12s. What have you to say now? Sherlock Holmes looked deeply chagrined. He drew a sovereign from his pocket and threw it down upon the slab, turning away with the air of a man whose disgust is too deep for words. A few yards off, he stopped under a lamppost and laughed in a hearty, noiseless fashion, which was peculiar to him. When you see a man with whiskers of that cut and think pink and protrude, when you see a man with whiskers of that cut and the pink un protruding out of his pocket, you can always draw him by a bet, said he. I dare say that if I had put 100 down in front of him, that man would not have given me such complete information as was drawn from him by the idea that he was doing me on a wager. Well, Watson, we are, I fancy, nearing the end of our quest, and the only point which remains to be determined is whether we should go on to this Miss Oakshott tonight, or whether we should reserve it for tomorrow. It's clear from what that surly fellow said that there are others besides ourselves who are anxious about the matter. I should. His remarks were suddenly cut short by a loud hubbub which broke out from the stall which we had just left. Turning round, we saw a little rat-faced fellow standing in the center of the circle of yellow light which was thrown by the swinging lamp, while Breckenridge, the salesman, framed the door of his stall while shaking his fists fiercely at the cringing figure. "I've had enough of you and your geese," he shouted. "I wish you were all at the devil together. If you come pestering me any more with your silly talk, I'll set the dog on you. You bring Miss Oakshott here, and I'll answer her. What have you to do with it? Did I buy the geese off you?" "No, but one of them was mine, all the same," whined the little man. "Well, then ask Mrs. Oakshott for it." "Told me to ask you." "Well, you can ask the King of Prussia from all I care. I've had enough of it. Get out of this." He rushed fiercely forward, and the inquirer flitted away into the darkness. "This may save us the visit to Brixton Road," whispered Holmes. "Come with me, and we'll see what is to be made of this fellow." Striding through the scattered knots and people who lounged around the flaring stalls, my companion speedily overtook the little man and touched him upon the shoulder. He sprang round, and I could see in the gaslight that every vestige of color had been driven from his face. "Who are you, then? What do you want?" he asked in a quavering voice. "Will you excuse me?" said Holmes blandly. "I could not help overhearing the questions which you put to the salesman just now. I think that I could be of some assistance to you." "You? Who are you? How could you know of anything of the matter?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes. It is my business to know what other people don't know." "You can know nothing of this?" "Excuse me, I know everything of it. You are endeavoring to trace some geese which were sold by Mrs. Oakshott of Brixton Road to a salesman named Breckenridge, by him in turn to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha, and by him to his club, of which Mr. Henry Baker is a member." "Oh, sir, you are the very man whom I've longed to meet," cried the little fellow with outstretched hands and quivering fingers. "I can hardly explain to you how interested I am in this matter." Sherlock Holmes hailed a four-wheeler which was passing. "In that case, we had better discuss it in a cozy room rather than this windswept marketplace," said he. "But pray tell me, before we go further, who is it that I have the pleasure of assisting?" The man hesitated for an instant. "My name is John Robinson," he answered with a sidelong glance. "No, no, the real name," said Holmes sweetly. "It's always awkward doing business with an alias." Blush sprang to his the white cheeks of the stranger. "Well then," said he, "my real name is James Ryder." "Precisely so. Head attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. Pray step into the cab, and I shall soon be able to tell you everything which you would wish to know." The little man stood glancing out from one to the other of us with a half-frightened, half-hopeful eyes, as one who is not sure whether he is on the verge of a windfall or of a catastrophe. Then he stepped into the cab, and in half an hour we were back in the sitting-room at Baker Street. Nothing had been said during our drive, but the high, thin breathing of our new companion and the clasping and unclasping of his hands spoke to the nervous tension within him. "Here we are," said Holmes cheerily as we filed into the room. "Fire looks very seasonable in this weather. You look cold, Mr. Ryder. Pray, take the basket chair. I will just put on my slippers before we settle this little matter of yours. Now then, you want to know what became of those geese?" "Yes, sir." "Or rather, I fancy, of that goose. It was one bird, I imagine, which you were interested. White, with a black bar across the tail?" Ryder quivered with emotion. "Oh, sir, can you tell me where it went to?" "It came here." "Here?" "Yes, and a most remarkable bird it proved. I don't wonder that you should take an interest in it. Laid an egg after it was dead. Bonniest, brightest little blue egg that was ever seen. I have it in my museum." Our visitor staggered to his feet and clutched the mantelpiece with his right hand. Holmes unlocked the strong box and held up the blue carbuncle, which shone out like a star with a cold, brilliant, many pointed radiance. Ryder stood glaring with a drawn face, uncertain whether to claim or disown it. Game's up, Ryder, said Holmes quietly. Hold up, man, or you'll be into the fire. Give him an arm back into his chair, Watson. He's not got blood enough to go in for felony with impunity. Give him a dash of brandy. So, now he looks a little more human. What a shrimp it is, to be sure. For a moment he staggered and nearly fallen, but the brandy brought a tinge of color back to his cheeks, and he sat staring with frightened eyes at his accuser. I have almost every link in my hands and all the proofs which I could possibly need. There is a little that you need to tell me. Still, that little may be cleared up to make the case complete. You had heard, Ryder, of this blue stone of the Countess of Morcar's? It was Catherine Cusick who told me of it, he said in a crackling voice. See, her ladyship's waiting maid. Well, the temptation of sudden wealth so easily acquired was too much for you, as it had been for better men before you. But you were not very scrupulous in the means you used. It seems to me, Ryder, that there is the making of a very petty villain in you. You knew that this man Horner, the plumber, had been concerned in some such matter before, and that suspicion would rest most readily on him. Did you do then? Made some small job in my lady's room, you and your confederate, Cusack, and you managed that he should be the man sent for. Then, when you had left, you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had this unfortunate man arrested. You then... Ryder threw himself down suddenly on the rug and clutched my companion's knees. For God's sake, have mercy, he shrieked. Think of my father, of my mother. It would break their hearts. It never went wrong before, and I'll never do it again. I swear it. I swear it on a Bible. Don't bring it into court. For Christ's sake, don't. Get back into your chair, said Holmes sternly. Very well to cringe and crawl now. You thought little enough of this poor Horner in the dock for a crime of which he knew nothing. I'll fly, Mr. Holmes. I'll leave the country, sir, and the charge against him will break down. We'll talk about that. And now let us hear a true account of the next act. How came the stone into the goose, and how came the goose into the open market? Tell us the truth, for there lies your only hope of safety. Ryder passed his tongue over his parched lips. I will tell you just as it happened, sir. When Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me that it would be best for me to get away with the stone at once, for I did not know at what moment the police might not take it into their heads as to search me and my room. There was no place about the hotel where it could be safe. I went out as if on some commission, and I made for my sister's house. She had married a man named Oakshott, and lived in Brixton Road, where she fattened fowls for the market. All the way there every man I met seemed to me to be a policeman or a detective, and, for all it was a cold night, the sweat was pouring down my face before I came to Brixton Road. My sister asked me what was the matter, why I was so pale. But I told her that I had been upset by the jewel robbery at the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and smoked a pipe, and wondered what it would be best to do. I had a friend once called Maudsley, who went to the bad, and has just been serving his time in Pentonville. One day he met me and fell into talk about the ways of thieves and how they could get rid of what they stole. I knew that he would be true to me, for I knew one or two things about him. So I made up my mind to go right to Kilburn, where he lived, and to take him into my confidence. He would show me how to turn the stone into money, how then to get him in safety. I thought of the agonies I had gone through in coming from the hotel. I might at any moment be seized and searched, and there would be the stone in my waistcoat pocket. I was leaning against the wall at the time and looking at the geese which were waddling around at my feet. Suddenly an idea came into my head which showed me how I could beat the best detective that ever lived. My sister had told me some weeks before that I might have the pick of her geese for a Christmas present. I knew that she was always good at her word. I would take my goose now, and in it I would carry my stone to Kilburn. There was a little shed in the yard, and behind this I drove one of the birds, a big fine one, white with a barbed tail. I caught it, and prying its bill open, I thrust the stone down its throat as far as my finger could reach. The bird gave a gulp, and I felt the stone pass along its gullet and down into its crop. The creature flapped and struggled, and out came my sister to know what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the brute broke loose and fluttered off amongst the others. Whatever were you doing with that bird, Jem? Says she. Well, said I, you said you'd give me one for Christmas, and I was feeling which was the fattest. Oh, said she, we've set yours aside for you. Jem's bird, we call it. It's the big white one over yonder. There's 26 of them, which makes one for you, one for us, and 2 dozen for the market. Thank you, Maggie, says I. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather have that one I was just handling right now. The other's a good 3 pound heavier, said she. We fattened it expressly for you. Never mind, I'll have the other, and I'll take it now, said I. Oh, just as you like, she said, a little huffed. Which is it you want, then? The white one with the barred tail, right in the middle of the flock. Very well, kill it and take it with you. Well, I did what she said, Mr. Holmes, and I carried the bird all the way to Kilburn. I told my pal what I had done, for he was a man who was sorry. I told my pal what I had done, for he was a man that it was easy to tell a thing like that too. We laughed until we choked, and we got a knife and opened the goose. My heart turned to water, for there was no sign of the stone. I knew that some terrible mistake had occurred. I left the bird, rushed back to my sister's, and hurried into the backyard. There was not a bird to be seen there. Were they all at Maggie's? I cried. On to the dealers, Jem. Which dealers? Breckenridge of Covent Garden. But was there another with a barred tail? I asked. The same one as I chose? Yes, Jem. There were 2 barred tails, one. I could never tell them apart. Well, then, of course I saw it all, and I ran off as hard as my feet would carry me to this man Breckenridge. He had sold the lot at once, and not one word would he tell me as to where they had gone. You heard him yourselves tonight. Well, he always answered me like that. My sister thinks that I'm going mad. Sometimes I think that I am myself. Now, I am myself a branded thief, without ever having touched the wealth of which I sold my character. God help me. He burst into convulsive sobbing, with his face buried in his hands. There was a long silence, broken only by his heavy breathing and the measured tapping of Sherlock Holmes' fingertips upon the edge of the table. Then my friend rose and threw open the door. Get out, said he. What, sir? Oh, heaven bless you. No more words. Get out. And no more words were needed. There was a rush, a clatter upon the stairs, the bang of a door, and the crisp rattle of running footfalls from the street. After all, Watson, said Holmes, reaching up his hand for his clay pipe, I'm not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies. If Horner were in danger, it would be another thing. This fellow will not appear against him. The case must collapse. I suppose that I am commuting a felony, but it is just possible that I am saving a soul. This fellow will not go wrong again. He is too terribly frightened. Send him to jail now, and you may make him a jailbird for life. Besides, it is the season of forgiveness. Chance has put in our way the most singular and whimsical problem, and its solution is its own reward. If you will have the goodness to touch the bell, Doctor, we'll begin another investigation, in which also a bird will be the chief feature. That was The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. What did you think? I'm just also going to do a quick follow-up with someone on something. Yeah, it's an unusual story. It's a fun. I think the hiding the stolen goods in the goose is a fun touch. But it's obviously a pretty unusual one. Hello, Chunky Man Gamer. How are you doing? We actually just finished the Christmas Sherlock Holmes story. Um, but it's also neat. There are a few things that I like about it. I mean, I can give a bit of background for myself. So my dad was a school administrator, and I did actually have to have him as a teacher. So this is I did 1984 as a reading on the stream before, and I have an affinity for that story just because I know what it's like to basically, you're at home, so your parents are going to be watching you there. But at school, because my dad's a school administrator, all of the teachers are going to know him, and so there's no such thing as a secret. Essentially, it's monitoring for the whole upbringing. And I did actually have to have him as a teacher for one course that he did. But one thing that he did during the course was Sherlock Holmes, which are some stories that I really appreciate. He started in Europe and finished in Asia. So, were you traveling by plane or train or combination of them? What did you think of the 1984? We'll get back to Sherlock Holmes, but um, but yeah, one of the things that he did for one of the lessons was some of the Sherlock Holmes stories. I'm quite fond of them. I mean, part of it is, it's a very famous character. It's one that's been adapted in a number of ways. I kind of feel like Benedict Cumberbatch certainly became a better known figure as a result of the BBC, um, of the BBC adaptation. One thing I actually really like about the BBC adaptation is that there are enough hints for people, like little details about the stories, which if you have read the stories, you'll be able to really get that they've read those stories and made a very careful effort to adapt them. But if you've not read the stories, you still get to enjoy sort of the modern take on them. Um, but yeah, I mean, just some other things too. My natural inclination towards things. Obviously, I talk a lot about probability and statistics. One of the more recent articles that I wrote dealt with the kind of the proposition from a independent game developer about how much luck is involved, and I sort of ran through the possibilities of saying, is like, okay, so if it really just is a matter of luck, like how many games do you need to make, or maybe not before you're guaranteed a success, but um, basically, if you do this event with independent probability a certain number of times, like what is the chance that you have at least one success? And all of that kind of lines into some of the thinking that you see inside of these stories, right? So when he sort of talks about at the start of the story, it's 4 million people all jostling each other, and so there's going to be the chance that one of these extremely unusual things are going to happen. And to a certain extent, right, that answers the house problem for the old TV show that sort of made Hugh Laurie's mark, at least in the West. Well, I mean, it's all the West, but like in North America, I mean, um, the medical drama. Actually, David Shore was the showrunner on that. David Shore is Canadian. But in the case of House MD, very clear parallels with Sherlock Holmes, including drug abuse and a few other characteristics of Holmes that maybe are not as appreciated. But one of the things about Princeton Plainsboro that I think pretty much always came up whenever people are talking about the show, particularly when it's, doctors react to House episodes or whatever, people keep pointing out that, it is incredibly unusual that there are so many extremely rare diseases that are all sort of located in this one region. And I mean, I will just point out that I don't know how geographically dispersed all of these different people are, but I have to assume that when it comes to sort of a specialist like that, you have people who are being brought in. It's not like I don't think it's trying to suggest that a few blocks around the the hospital that all of these incredibly rare diseases are coming up. I'm assuming that it's sort of going through the system and that the hardest cases are being brought to the house. But again, in the Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle kind of covers that, right? And to a certain extent, it talks about the just the sheer number of people and unusual events that are coming through. But what's interesting about it and what makes Holmes such an interesting character is that Holmes doesn't look at a seemingly random event and says, "Oh, that was funny." What it what happens instead is he's able to look at something like that and say, "Oh, this is an interesting problem." So the problem is interesting just in its own right, and he will take a problem like that, follow it purely for interest, is able to see more than what his peers do. First introduced through at least for the purpose, like if this is the first Sherlock Holmes story that you'd ever read, right? The possibility of extracting all of the information that you can from the hat. And I mean, you also, when you consider things like both Cumberbatch's Holmes as well as House, um, the bluntness is there. So when he gives the line, I mean, this is really one of these cases where if you like the Sherlock Holmes stories, you really gain an appreciation for some of the little details in you gain appreciation for little details inside the adaptations. So where was it? Yeah. So final sentence in one of the paragraphs when he's describing the hat is like, um, this may account for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him. My dear Holmes. So, there's so many times in the clinic scenes in House where effectively he tells, he tells a character that their wife's having an affair, and sometimes it'll be unrelated. So there's the guy who's orange, right, and he's like, I'm sorry to say your wife's having an affair, and of course the audience immediately is assuming some kind of sexually transmitted disease, but it's like, no, you're orange and your wife hasn't told you. She's not paying attention. So all of that is present inside of the stories, and obviously there's a bit of a difference in terms of how it's transmitted, and particularly for modern shows, they're going to highlight it and be a bit more outrageous. But it's all there in the basic stories, and it does it's quite funny. Like I obviously didn't want to laugh too much during the reading, but it was a lot of fun to do those particular details. But as the story develops, right, um, you've got the case taken out of interest. They sort of run through the investigation. They try and take it to its last possible conclusion. But as Algren's points out, right, there's the human spirit and the mercy shown. Number one, it's the Christmas special for the Sherlock Holmes stories, so you probably want to have a charming ending like that. Um, but as he points out as well, right, the if he's working for the police, that's one matter. You would maybe want to consider the client in that case. But that's not what happened. It was an adventure undertaken specifically the for the interest, and in as a consequence of that, um, he makes a judgment in terms of the character of the individual who committed the crime. And then of course there's a bit of an indictment of the justice system, that by taking this person who did act, I mean, it is a pretty horrible thing that he did, right? It's not just that he tried to steal a precious stone, but he tried to steal a precious stone and have someone else framed for it. And of course he does sort of point out um, how there isn't someone else, how his departure would remove the threat to the other individual. But in this case here, right, is the judgment is made that it is better to let him off with a warning. Um, the warning sort of being just implicit from the fact that you never know when you're going to run into the greatest detective, and as a result, there's the merciful option. I think it's also a unique story in that I can't remember. And fairness, like I don't have immediate command of all of these stories, but I'm trying to think if there's an example of another Sherlock Holmes story um, a Sherlock Holmes story where he actually takes the role of the judge. Normally, normally kind of there's the course of justice, um, and it's sort of left to the institutions. But then again, he's usually working for someone in those cases, so he's fulfilling the contract. Um, yeah, it's a fun one. Like again, it's an unusual story, but it's one that's got a few little fun little twists to it, and it's the sort of thing that I actually like to do for these types of Christmas. Well, not just Christmas, but it's this sort of thing that I like to do for a special event. Because chances are nobody's going to say, "Oh, you know what? I really need to read the Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle." Um, I suspect probably if you asked most people, they would not know that there was a Christmas Sherlock Holmes story. But with luck, the last hour has given us given a few more people who know about this. Anybody else have any thoughts? I know Chunky Man Gamer. I believe you just showed up, so I realize I'm keeping you out of the conversation on this. Did anybody else have any other thoughts on the story? Did you like it? Was it dull? Because obviously older stories don't always come across as well. I know we did the Edgar Allan Poe one. I suppose I could have followed the Edgar Allan Poe one up with The Adventure of the Dancing Men, which also involves deciphering. That one's a little bit more of a straightforward substitution cipher, though. I think that's one that you don't need to do a whole lot to figure out. Um, but I wanted to give people a chance to chat. I can also leave this open for some back and forth. I don't really have a plan for how long I'm going to be going on for, and if people would like to things. I don't know if people have any preferences for the sorts of things that they would like to hear or see. I'm happy to do another Sherlock Holmes story. I don't know if they're all that long. Um, the other thing that I can do, we can just have a regular chat. Or I do actually have a game which I installed, which I can play. Um, and we can just close out Christmas with something off the beaten track. It won't be it won't be Cyberpunk, but I'm curious if anybody has any preferences. Thank you very much for the gift to Algrins. So a third, believe that's a third gifted sub. Thank you very much, Nexus General. As you can see, the Twitch overlay has got its own alerts, so I'm gonna have to do some replacement. I mean, I figure it's probably not a bad idea for me to change the alerts anyway. But maybe we can move away from a default. But please do enjoy the sub, the lack of ads, and the lovely emotes as part of your gifted sub. Reminder: the Eyes of Sin put. Go get the Iliad. We need a 24-hour stream. It's actually a funny one to deal with, Olaf, because my favorite is the Robert Fagel's translation. And I know he has passed away, but he well, not obviously, but he had done so recently. And so I'm not 100% sure. Like, so it would seem to me that probably a translation is something that you can copyright because it's this derivative work from something that would be in the public domain. And so I'm not 100% sure who I would reach out to read my favorite translation of the Iliad. I suspect if I wanted to go for something really classic, I would probably maybe do like Pope's translation or something like. No problem, Olaf. I'm trying not to pull people out from like if you want to lurk, that's fine. The only reason why I'm looking for a bit of back and forth on this is it's nice to get an idea in terms of how much people like the reading streams and such. And if people like certain stories or don't like other ones. Actually, what I will do, if you can just give me a quick second, I am going to grab a book because I had Sherlock Holmes on my tablet, but I'll be back in a moment and I'll give you a little something. a War and Peace stream just to say that we did it. I'll set up my Patreon so that we can work out an appropriate hourly rate for. I've never read War and Peace. There's a lot of good stuff that I should read that I haven't, but this one's for Olaf. Book 1, The Rage of Achilles. Rage, goddess, sing the rage of Peleus' son Achilles, murderous doom that cost the Achaeans countless losses, hurling down to the house of death so many sturdy souls, great fighters' souls, but made their bodies carrion, feast for the dogs and birds. The will of Zeus was moving toward its end. Begin, muse, when the two first broke and clashed, Agamemnon, lord of men, and brilliant Achilles. What god drove them to fight with such fury? Apollo, the son of Zeus and Leto, incensed at the king, he swept a fatal plague upon the army. Men were dying, and all because Agamemnon spurned Apollo's priest. Yes, Chryses approached the Achaeans' fast ships to win his daughter back, bringing a priceless ransom, and bearing high in his hand wound on a golden staff the wreaths of the god, distant deadly archer. He begged the whole Achaean army, but most of all the two supreme commanders, Atreus' two sons, Agamemnon, Menelaus, all Argives geared for war. May the gods who hold the halls of Olympus give you Priam's city to plunder, then safe passage home. Just set my daughter free, my dear one. Here, accept these gifts, this ransom. Honor the god who strikes from worlds away, the son of Zeus, Apollo. This is what you're looking for. um, I have actually. So one thing I would love to do, and I have no idea if I'd ever be able to pull it off because I was just trying to think who I'd even give this as a gift to, but to record the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Aeneid, and Metamorphoses in one continuous block. But that's a lot to do. So the book that I have, this is a Penguin Classics Iliad that I have, and again, it's the Robert Fagel's translation. But one of the things that makes the Penguin one so memorable is that the first, what is it, it's like 80 pages or something? No, not 80, but so there's basically a 70-page introduction from Bernard Knox, and it will give you a tremendous appreciation for the Iliad, both as literature, but also in terms of just how different generations have approached it, the archaeological evidence for it. There's a lot. And basically every time, like it pretty much not all, but most of the Fagel's translations have notes from Bernard Knox, which are about as good as reading the underlying work. Um, but one that isn't a Fagel's translation, but I am a big fan of, is the Charles Martin translation of Ovid's Metamorphoses. And I really like Knox's introduction for that as well. In fact, it's funny because I'd read it. I really, really like Metamorphoses. When I went to Vancouver, actually, I went back to the library and specifically found that copy that I first read before I bought it. Because apparently I'm just a big old sentimental, pile of mush. But there's a ton to love about that work. Ovid's almost certainly my favorite epic poet. Favorite poet, full stop. Close second is John Milton. I also really like Paradise Lost. But I was reading Metamorphoses again, and I read the Knox introduction. And what was so great about it was that there were things that I sort of felt that I had gotten from Metamorphoses and not really seen discussed before. And it's like those are some of my favorite moments in literature where it's like, yeah, I think I really got something here that maybe people aren't picking up. And I mean, it's not even necessarily a sense of ownership. Like other people can point it out, and that's not necessarily a problem. But it's nice to sort of have that little indicator that maybe there was something that specifically spoke to you, and that can be really nice to just to sort of enhance your enjoyment of something. But what I particularly appreciated about Knox was that I wasn't able to necessarily get a full read as to whether or not he was talking about exactly the same thing that I was, but he made an observation that made the things that I picked up even more interesting. I was like, oh, I never even thought of it that way. And then that leads to, and I sort of, so I don't know. I don't know what you do to become the type of person who writes introductions to books. Sometimes the introductions are a complete waste of time, and other times they are very, very rewarding. But in the case of the classics, I know there's the Fagles Iliad and Odyssey. I believe have Knox introductions. Charles Martin's Metamorphosis translation has an introduction from Bernard Knox, and I think it might be the Sophocles. I'm pretty sure that Robert Fagles did Sophocles and Aeschylus. I don't think Aeschylus has. I think it has a introduction. I just don't think it has one from Bernard Knox. But I'm pretty sure there's one for. Pretty sure that there's one for Sophocles. Anyways, I'm babbling on. In terms of things to talk about, the other thing too, we don't necessarily have to do short stories. There's a couple. So I'm never going to get tired of reading Politics in the English Language by George Orwell. So if you haven't been subjected to me reading that, I'm happy to do another one there. I think Orwell's essay "Why I Write" is a good one. If you have not heard it, I am happy to do the T essay again, but I'm pretty sure everybody's gonna string me up if I read that one more time because I think I've done that 4 times on this stream. Or we could do another Sherlock Holmes story, or we can transition into gaming. Is there? I'm not going to do a poll or anything, but does anybody have any thoughts about the sort of any of those options? That sounds interesting. I'm just sorting this all. One thing that has occurred to me is it's actually a little harder for me to change the or to put like text and stuff like that up. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, let's do holiday reading and chatting. And in the interests of moving things along, I'm going to make an executive decision and say, let's enjoy a little, we'll enjoy some Orwell. There's going to be a few that I do. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, this Twitch, this Twitch app, it's got a couple things that are worthwhile, but there's a little bit that I need to navigate still. Well, that's not working. Okay, that's a good second second position. I'm going to see if I can get the chat up. Okay, pretty short one. So first essay we're going to read, George Orwell, A Nice Cup of Tea, and I apologize to all of you who have had to endure this before. George Orwell, A Nice Cup of Tea. If you look up tea in the first cookery book that comes to hand, you will probably find that it is unmentioned, or at most, you will find a few lines of sketchy instructions which give no ruling on several of the most important points. I'm reading coffee now if it helps. I'm drinking coffee now if it helps, Olaf. It is curious, not only because tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country, as well as in Erie, Australia, and New Zealand, but because the best manner of making it is the subject of violent disputes. When I look through my own recipe for the perfect cup of tea, I find no fewer than 11 outstanding points. On perhaps 2 of them, there would be pretty general agreement, but at least 4 others are acutely controversial. Here are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden. First of all, one should use Indian or Ceylonese tea. China tea has virtues which are not to be despised nowadays. It is economical and one can drink it without milk, but there is not much stimulation in it. One does not feel wiser, braver, or more optimistic after drinking it. Anyone who has used that comforting phrase, a nice cup of tea, invariably means Indian tea. Secondly, tea should be made in small quantities, that is, in a teapot. Tea out of an urn is always tasteless, while army tea, made in a cauldron, tastes of grease and whitewash. The teapot should be made of china or earthenware. Silver or Britannia-ware teapots produce inferior tea, and enamel pots are worse. Though, curiously enough, a pewter pot, a rarity nowadays, is not so bad. Thirdly, the pot should be warmed beforehand. This is better done by placing it on the hob than by the usual method of swilling it out with hot water. Fourthly, the tea should be strong. For a pot holding a quart, if you are going to fill it nearly to the brim, 6 heaped tablespoons should be about right. In a time of rationing, this is not an idea that can be realized on every day of the week, but I maintain that 1 strong cup of tea is better than 20 weak ones. All true tea lovers not only like their tea strong, but like it a little stronger with each year that passes, a fact which is recognized in the extra ration issued to old age pensioners. Fifthly, the tea should be put straight into the pot. No strainers, muslin bags, or other devices to imprison the tea. In some countries, teapots are fitted with little dangling baskets under the spout to catch the stray leaves, which are supposed to be harmful. Actually, one can swallow tea leaves in considerable quantities without ill effect, and if the tea is not loose in the pot, it never infuses properly. Sixthly, one should take the teapot to the kettle and not the other way about. The water should actually be boiling at the moment of impact, which means that one should keep it on the flame while one pours. Some people add that one should only use water that has been freshly brought to the boil, but I have never noticed that it makes any difference. Seventhly, after making the tea, one should stir it, or better, give the pot a good shake, afterwards allowing the leaves to settle. Eighthly, one should drink it out of a good breakfast cup, that is, the cylindrical type of cup, not the flat, shallow type. Breakfast cup holds more, and with the other kind, one's tea is always half cold before one is well started on it. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Sorry, I just need to send a response. Just contending with the holiday well wishes. Breakfast cup. Ninthly, one should pour the cream off the milk before using it for tea. Milk that is too creamy always gives tea a sickly taste. Tenthly, one should pour tea into the cup first. This is one of the most controversial points of all. Indeed, every family in Britain there are probably 2 schools of thought on the subject. The first of the most The milk first school can bring forward some fairly strong arguments, but I maintain that my own argument is unanswerable. That is that by putting the tea in first and stirring as one pours, one can exactly regulate the amount of milk, whereas one is liable to put in too much if one does it the other way around. Lastly, tea, unless one is drinking it in the Russian style, should be drunk without sugar. I know very well that I am in a minority here. Still, how can you call yourself a true tea lover if you destroy the flavor of your tea by putting sugar in it? It would be equally reasonable to put in pepper or salt. Tea is meant to be bitter, just as beer is meant to be bitter. If you sweeten it, you are no longer tasting the tea, you are merely tasting the sugar. You can make a very similar drink by dissolving sugar into plain hot water. Some people would answer that they don't like tea in itself and that they only drink it in order to be warmed and stimulated, and they need sugar to take the taste away. To those misguided people, I would say, try drinking tea without sugar for, say, a fortnight, and it is very unlikely that you will ever want to ruin your tea by sweetening it again. These are not the only controversial points to arise in connection with tea drinking, but they are sufficient to show how subtilized the whole business has become. There is also the mysterious social etiquette surrounding the teapot. Why is it considered vulgar to drink out of your saucer, for instance? And much might be written about the subsidiary uses of tea leaves, such as telling fortunes, predicting the arrival of visitors, feeding rabbits, healing burns, or sweeping the carpet. It is worth paying attention to such details as warming the pot and using water that is really boiling, so as to make quite sure of wringing out one's ration of the 20 good strong cups that 2 ounces properly handled ought to represent. The end. And this was from 1946. So I apologize for the indulgence. I like this essay, but I know I've done this quite a few times now, so good Lord. I'm getting a lot of messages, so let me just take a second. All right, on to politics and the English language. Now, we have read this one before, but it's a. I've noticed, incidentally, if you go to the Orwell Estate link, it tends not to. It doesn't follow through on anything, which is funny because I do know that for some of the works, there is actually something that's covered. So there are some. I believe there's some works that weren't published in his lifetime, but at least as far as Canada is concerned, they have entered the public domain. Obviously, if this is not in the public domain in your country, please stop. Please, please stop watching. All right. Politics and the English language. Most people who bother with the matter at all would admit Most people who bother with the matter at all would admit that the English language is in a bad way, but it is generally assumed that we cannot, by conscious action, do anything about it. Our civilization is decadent, and our language, so the argument runs, must inevitably share in the general collapse. It follows that any struggle against the absence of language is a sentimental archaism, like preferring candles to electric light or hansom cabs to aeroplanes. Underneath this lies the half-conscious belief that language is a natural growth and not an instrument which we can shape for our own purposes. Now, it is clear that the decline of language must ultimately have political and economic causes. It is not due simply to the bad influence of this or that individual writer, but an effect can become a cause, reinforcing the original cause and producing the same effect in an intensified form, and so on indefinitely. A man may take to drink because he feels himself to be a failure, and then fail all the more completely because he drinks. It is rather the same thing that is happening to the English language. It becomes ugly and inaccurate because our thoughts are foolish, but the slovenliness of our language makes it easier for us to have foolish thoughts. The point is that the process is reversible. Modern English, especially written English, is full of bad habits which spread by imitation and can be avoided if one is willing to take the necessary trouble. If one gets rid of these habits, one can think more clearly, and to think clearly is a necessary step towards political regeneration, so that the fight against bad English is not frivolous and is not the exclusive concern of professional writers. I will come back to this presently, and I hope that by the time the meaning of what I have said here will have become clearer. Meanwhile, there are 5 specimens of the English language as it is now. Here are 5 specimens of the English language as it is now habitually written. These 5 passages have not been picked out because they are especially bad. I could have quoted far worse if I had chosen, but because they illustrate various of the mental vices from which we now suffer. They are a little below the average, but are fairly representative examples. I number them so I can refer back to them when necessary. 1. I am not indeed sure whether it is not true to say that Milton, who once seemed not unlike a 17th century Shelley, had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year, more alien to the founder of that Jesuit sect which nothing could induce him to tolerate. Professor Harold Lasky, Essay in Freedom of Expression. 2. Above all, we cannot play ducks and drakes with the native battery of idioms which prescribes egregious collocations of vocables as the basic put up with or for tolerate or put at a loss for bewilder. Professor Lancelot Hogben, Interglossia. 3. On the one side, we have the free personality. By definition, it is not neurotic, for it has neither conflict nor dream. Its desires, such as they are transparent, for they are just what institutional approval keeps in the forefront of consciousness. Another institutional pattern would alter their number and intensity. There is little in them that is natural, irreducible, or culturally dangerous. But on the other side, the social bond itself is nothing but the mutual reflection of these self-secure integrities. Recall the definition of love. Is not this the very picture of a small academic? Where is there a place in this hall of mirrors for either personality or fraternity? Essay on Psychology in Politics, New York. All the best people from the gentlemen's clubs and in the frantic fascist captains, united in common hatred of socialism and bestial horror at the rising tide of the mass revolutionary movement, have turned to acts of provocation, to foul incendiarism, medieval legends of poisoned wells, to legalize their own destruction of proletarian organizations and rouse the agitated petty bourgeoisie to chauvinistic fervor on behalf of the fight against the revolutionary way out of the crisis. Communist pamphlet. 5. If a new spirit is to be infused in this old country, there is one thorny and contentious reform which must be tackled, and that is the humanization, galvanization of the BBC. Timidity here will bespeak canker and atrophy of the soul. The heart of Britain may be sound and of strong beat, for instance, but the British lion's roar at present is like that of Bottom in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, as gentle as any sucking dove. A virile New Britain cannot continue indefinitely to be traduced in the eyes, or rather ears, of the world by the effete languors of Langham Place, brazenly masquerading as standard English. When the voice of Britain is heard at 9 o'clock, far better and infinitely less ludicrous to hear H's honestly dropped than the present priggish, inflated, inhibited, schoolmarmish arched braying of the blameless, bashful, mewing maidens. Letter in Tribune. Each of these passages has faults of its own, but, quite apart from avoidable ugliness, two qualities are common in all of them. The first is staleness of imagery, the other is lack of precision. The writer either has a meaning and cannot express it, or he inadvertently says something else, or he is almost indifferent as to whether his words mean anything or not. This mixture of vagueness and sheer incompetence is the most marked characteristic of modern English prose, especially of any kind of political writing. As soon as certain topics are raised, the concrete melts into the abstract, and no one seems able to think of turns of speech that are not hackneyed. Prose consists less and less of words chosen for the sake of their meaning, and more of phrases tacked together like sections of prefabricated henhouse. I list below, with notes and examples, various of the tricks by means of which the work of prose construction is habitually dodged. Dying metaphors. A newly invented metaphor assists thought by evoking a visual image, while on the other hand, a metaphor which is technically dead, e.g. iron resolution, has in effect reverted to being an ordinary word that can generally be used without loss of vividness. But in between these two classes, there is a huge dump of worn-out metaphors which have lost all evocative power and are merely used because they saved people the trouble of inventing phrases for themselves. Example are, ring the changes on, take up cudgels for, toe the line, ride roughshod over, stand shoulder to shoulder with, play into the hands of, no axe to grind, grist to the mill, fishing in troubled waters, on the order of the day, Achilles' heel, swan song, hotbed. Many of these are used without knowledge of their meaning. What is a rift, for instance, and incompatible metaphors are frequently mixed, a sure sign that the reader is not interested in what he is saying. Some metaphors now current have been twisted out of their original meaning without those who use them even being aware of the fact. For example, toe the line is sometimes written as TOW the line. Another example is the hammer and the anvil, now always used with the implication that the anvil gets the worst of it. In real life, it is always the anvil that breaks the hammer, and never the other way about. A writer who stopped to think what he is saying would avoid perverting the original phrase. Operators, or verbal false limbs. These save the trouble of picking out appropriate verbs and nouns, and at the same time pad each sentence with extra syllables, which give it an appearance of symmetry. Characteristic phrases are render inoperative, militate against, prove unacceptable, make contact with, be subject to, give rise to, give grounds for, have the effect of, play a leading part, role in, make itself felt, take effect, exhibit a tendency to, serve the purpose of, etc., etc. The keynote is the elimination of simple verbs. Instead of being a single word, such as break, stop, spoil, mend, kill, a verb becomes a phrase made up of a noun or adjective tacked on to some general purposes verb, such as prove, serve, form, play, render. In addition, the passive voice is, wherever possible, used in preference of the active, and noun constructions are used instead of gerunds, by examination of instead of by examining. The range of verbs is further cut down by means of the I's and D formations, and banal statements are given an appearance of profundity by means of the not un formation. Simple conjunctions and prepositions are placed by such phrases as with respect to, having regard to, the fact that, by dint of, in view of, in the interests of, on the hypothesis that, and the ends of sentences are saved from anticlimax by such resounding commonplaces as greatly to be desired, cannot be left out of account, development to be expected in the near future, deserving of serious consideration, brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and so on and so forth. Pretentious diction. Words like phenomenon, element, individual as noun, objective, categorical, effective, virtual, basic, primary, promote, constitute, exhibit, exploit, utilize, eliminate, liquidate are used to dress up simple statements that give an air of scientific impartiality to biased judgments. Adjectives like epoch-making, epic, historic, unforgettable, triumphant, age-old, inevitable, inexorable, veritable are used to dignify the sordid process of international politics, while writing that aims at glorifying war usually takes on an archaic color, its characteristic words being realm, throne, chariot, mailed fist, trident, sword, shield, buckler, banner, jackboot, clarion. Foreign words and expressions such as cul-de-sac, ancien regime, deus ex machina, mutatis mutandis, status quo, Gleichschaltung, Wenstellung are used to give an air of culture and elegance. Except for the useful abbreviations, i.e., e.g., and etc., there is no real need for any of the hundreds of foreign phrases now current in English. Bad writers, and especially scientific, political, and sociological writers, are nearly always haunted by the notion that Latin or Greek words are grander than Saxon ones, and unnecessary words like expedite, ameliorate, predict, extraneous, derancinated, clandestine, subaqueous, and hundreds of others constantly gain ground from their Anglo-Saxon opposite numbers. The jargon peculiar to Marxist writing, hyena, hangman, cannibal, petty bourgeois, these gentry, lackey, flunky, mad dog, white guard, etc., consist largely of words translated from Russian, German, or French. But the normal way of coining a new word is to use a Latin or Greek root with an appropriate affix, and where necessary, the I's formation. It is often easier to make up words of this kind, deregionalize, impermissible, extramarital, non-fragmentary, and so forth, than to think up the English words that will cover one's meaning. The result, in general, is an increase in slovenliness and vagueness. Meaningless words. In certain kinds of writing, particularly in art criticism and literary criticism, it is normal to come across long passages which are almost completely lacking in meaning. Words like romantic, plastic, values, human, dead, sentimental, natural, vitality are used in art criticism, are strictly meaningless in the sense that they not only do not point out any discoverable object, but are hardly even expected to do so by the reader. When one critic writes, the outstanding feature of Mr. X's work is its living quality, while another writes, the immediate striking thing about Mr. X's work is its peculiar deadness, the reader accepts this as a simple difference of opinion. If words like black and white were involved, instead of the jargon words dead and living, he would see at once that the language was being used in an improper way. Many political words are similarly abused. The word fascism now has no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. The words democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, justice have each of them several different meanings which cannot be reconciled with one another. In the case of a word like democracy, not only is there no agreed definition, but the attempt to make one is resisted from all sides. It is almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it is a democracy, and fear that they might have to stop using that word if it were tied down to any one meaning. Words of this kind are often used in a consciously dishonest way. That is, the person who uses them has his own private definition, but allows his hearer to think that he means something quite different. Statements like Marshal Pétain was a true patriot, the Soviet press is the freest in the world, the Catholic Church is opposed to persecution, are almost always made with the intent to deceive. Other words, used in variable meanings, in most cases more or less dishonestly, are class, totalitarian, science, progressive, reactionary, bourgeois, and equality. Now that I've made the catalog of swindles and perversions, let me give another example of the kind of writing that they lead to. This time, it must be of its nature an imaginary one. I am going to translate a passage of good English into modern English of the worst sort. Here is a well-known verse from Ecclesiastes. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill. Time and chance happeneth to them all. Here is the modern English. And a bit of commentary. This is probably one of my favorite bits that Orwell has written. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compels the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, but that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. This is a parody, but not a very gross one. Exhibit 3 above, for instance, contains several patches of the same kind of English. It will be seen that I have not made a full translation. The beginning and ending of the sentence follow the original meaning fairly closely, but in the middle, the concrete illustrations, race, battle, bread, dissolve into the vague phrase success or failure in competitive activities. This had to be so because no modern writer of the kind I am discussing, no one capable of using phrases like objective considerations of contemporary phenomena, would ever tabulate his thoughts in that precise or detailed way. The whole tendency of modern prose is away from concreteness. Now analyze these two sentences a little more closely. The first contains 49 words but only 60 syllables, and all of its words are those of everyday life. The second contains 38 words of 90 syllables. 18 of its words are from Latin roots and 1 from Greek. The first sentence contains 6 vivid images and only 1 phrase, time and chance, that could be called vague. The second contains not a single fresh arresting phase, and in spite of its 90 syllables, it gives only a shortened version of the meaning contained in the first. Yet without a doubt, it is the second kind of sentence that is gaining ground in modern English. I do not want to exaggerate. This kind of writing is not yet universal, and outcrops of simplicity will occur here and there in the worst written page. Still, if you or I were told to write a few lines on the uncertainty of human fortunes, we should probably come much nearer to my imaginary sentence than to the one from Ecclesiastes. As I have tried to show, modern writing at its worst does not consist in picking out words for the sake of their meaning and inventing images in order to make the meaning clearer. It consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. The attraction of this way of writing is that it is easy. It is easier, even quicker, once you have the habit to say, in my opinion, it is not an unjustifiable assumption than to say, I think. If you use ready-made phrases, you not only don't have to hunt about for the words, you also don't have to bother with the rhythms of your sentences, since these phrases are generally so arranged as to be more or less euphonious. When you are composing in a hurry, when you are dictating to a stenographer, for instance, or making a public speech, it is natural to fall into a pretentious Latinized style. Tags like a consideration which we should do well to bear in mind, or a conclusion to which all of us would readily assent, will save many a sentence from coming down with a bump. By using stale metaphors, similes, and idioms, you have saved much mental effort at the cost of leaving your meaning vague, not only for your reader, but for yourself. This is the significance of mixed metaphors. The sole aim of a metaphor is to call up a visual image. When these images clash, as in the fascist octopus has sung its swan song, the jackboot is thrown into the melting pot, it can be taken as certain that the writer is not seeing a mental image of the objects he is naming. In other words, he is not really thinking. Look again at the examples I gave at the beginning of the essay. Professor Lasky, example 1, uses 5 negatives and 53 words. One of these is superfluous, making nonsense of the whole passage, And in addition, there is the slip alien for akin, making further nonsense, and several avoidable pieces of clumsiness, which increase the general vagueness. Professor Hogbin, example 2, plays ducks and drakes with a battery, which is able to write prescriptions, and, while disapproving of the everyday phrase put up with, is unwilling to look egregious up in the dictionary and see what it means. Example 3, if one takes an uncharitable attitude towards it, is simply meaningless. Probably one could work out its intended meaning by reading the whole of the article in which it occurs. In example 4, the writer knows more or less what he wants to say, but an accumulation of stale phrases chokes him like tea leaves blocking a sink. In example 5, words and meaning have almost parted company. People who write in this manner usually have a general emotional meaning. They dislike one thing and want to express solidarity with another, but they are not interested in the detail of what they are saying. A scrupulous writer, in every sentence that he writes, will ask himself at least 4 questions thus: what am I trying to say? What words will express it? What image or idiom will make it clearer? Is this image fresh enough to have an effect? And he will probably ask himself 2 more. Could I put it more shortly? Have I said anything that is avoidably ugly? That you are not obliged to go to all this trouble. You can shirk it by simply throwing your mind open and letting the ready-made phrases come crowding in. They will construct your sentences for you, even think your thoughts for you to a certain extent, and at need, they will perform the important service of partially concealing your meaning, even from yourself. It is at this point that the special connection between politics and the debasement of language becomes clear. In our time, it is broadly true that political writing is bad writing. Where it is not true, it will generally be found that the writer is some kind of rebel expressing his private opinions and not the party line. Orthodoxy, of whatever color, seems to demand a lifeless imitative style. The political dialects to be found in pamphlets, leading articles, manifestos, white papers, and the speeches of undersecretaries do, of course, vary from party to party, but they are all alike in that one almost never finds in them a fresh, vivid, homemade turn of speech. When one watches some tired hack on the platform mechanically repeating the familiar phrases, bestial atrocities, iron heel, blood-stained tyranny, free peoples of the world, stand shoulder to shoulder, one often has a curious feeling that one is not watching a live human being, but some kind of dummy. A feeling which suddenly becomes stronger at moments when the light catches the speaker's spectacles and turns them into blank discs, which seem to have no eyes behind them. This is an image that actually appears in 1984, and I absolutely believe that is almost certainly something that he saw in the BBC canteen. And it is not altogether fanciful. A speaker who uses that kind of phraseology has gone some distance towards turning himself into a machine. The appropriate noises are coming out of his larynx, but his brain is not involved as it would be if he were choosing his words for himself. If the speech he is making is one that he is accustomed to make over and over again, he may be almost unconscious of what he is saying, as one is when one utters the responses in church. And this reduced state of consciousness, if not indispensable, is at any rate favorable to political conformity. In our time, political speech and writing are largely defensive in the indefensible. Things like the continuance of British rule in India, the Russian purges and deportations, the dropping of the atom bombs on Japan, can indeed be defended, but only by arguments which are too brutal for most people to face, which do not square with the professed aims of political parties. Thus, political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. Defenseless villages are not bombarded from the air, the inhabitants driven out into the countryside, the cattle machine gun, the huts set on fire with incendiary bullets. This is called pacification. Millions of peasants are robbed of their farms, sent trudging along the roads with no more than they can carry. This is called transfer of population, or rectification of frontiers. People are imprisoned for years without trial, or shot in the back of the neck, or sent to die of scurvy in Arctic lumber camps. This is called elimination of unreliable elements. Such phraseology is needed if one wants to name things without calling up mental pictures of them. Consider, for instance, some comfortable English professor defending Russian totalitarianism. He cannot say outright, "I believe in killing off your opponents when you can get good results by doing so." Probably, therefore, he will say something like this: While freely conceding that the Soviet regime exhibits certain features which the humanitarian may be inclined to deplore, we must, I think, agree that a certain curtailment of the right to political opposition is an unavoidable concomitant of transitional periods, and that the rigors which the Russian people have been called upon to undergo have been amply justified in the sphere of concrete achievement. The inflated style is itself a kind of euphemism. A mass of Latin words falls upon the facts like soft snow, blurring the outlines and covering up all the details. The great enemy of clear language is insincerity. When there is a gap between one's real and one's declared aims, one turns, as it were, instinctively to long words and exhausted idioms, like a cuttlefish spurting out ink. In our age, there is no such thing as keeping out of politics. All issues are political issues, and politics itself is a mass of lies, evasions, folly, hatred, and schizophrenia. When the general atmosphere is bad, language must suffer. I should expect to find, this is a guess which I have not sufficient knowledge to verify, that the German, Russian, and Italian languages have all deteriorated in the last 10 or 15 years as a result of dictatorship. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. A bad usage spread by tradition and imitation, even among people who should and do know better. The debased language that I have been discussing is in some ways very convenient. Phrases like a not unjustifiable assumption, leaves much to be desired, would serve no good purpose, a consideration which we should all do well to bear in mind, are a continuous temptation, a packet of aspirins always at one's elbow. Look back through this essay, and for certain you will find that I have again and again committed the very faults I am protesting against. By this morning's post, I have received a pamphlet dealing with the conditions in Germany. The author tells me that he felt impelled to write it. I open it at random, and here is almost the first sentence that I see. The Allies have an opportunity not only of achieving a radical transformation of Germany's social and political structure in such a way as to avoid a nationalistic reaction in Germany itself, but at the same time of laying the foundations of a cooperative and unified Europe. You see, he feels impelled to write, feels presumably that he has something new to say, and yet his words, like cavalry horses answering the bugle, group themselves up automatically into the familiar, dreary pattern. This invasion of one's mind by ready-made phrases, lay the foundations, achieve a radical transformation, can only be prevented if one is constantly on guard against them, and every such phrase anesthetizes a portion of one's brain. I said earlier that the decadence of our language is probably curable. Those who deny this would argue, if they produced an argument at all, that language merely reflects existing social conditions, and that we cannot influence its development by any direct tinkering with words and constructions. So far as the general tone or spirit of language goes, this may be true, but it is not true in detail. Silly words and expressions have often disappeared, not through any evolutionary process, but owing to the conscious action of a minority. Two recent examples were Explore Every Avenue and Leave No Stone Unturned, which were killed by the jeers of a few journalists. There is a long list of fly-blown metaphors which could similarly be got rid of if enough people would interest themselves in the job, and it should also be possible to laugh the not-un formation out of existence, reduce the amount of Latin and Greek in the average sentence, to drive out foreign phrases and strayed scientific words, and in general to make pretentiousness unfashionable. But these are all minor points. The defense of the English language implies more than this, and perhaps it is best to start by saying what it does not imply. To begin with, it has nothing to do with archaism or the salvaging of obsolete words and turns of speech, or with the setting up of standard English which must never be departed from. On the contrary, it is especially concerned with the scrapping of every word or idiom which has outworn its usefulness. It has nothing to do with correct grammar and syntax, which are of no importance so long as one makes one's meaning clear, or with the avoidance of Americanisms, or with having what is called a good prose style. On the other hand, it is not concerned with fake simplicity and the attempts to make written English colloquial. Nor does it even imply that in every case preferring the Saxon word to the Latin one, though it does imply using the fewest and shortest words that will cover one's meaning. What is above all needed is to let the meaning choose the word and not the other way around. In prose, the worst thing you can do with words is to surrender them. When you think of a concrete object, you think wordlessly, and then, if you want to describe the thing that you have been visualizing, you probably hunt about till you find the exact words that seem to fit it. When you think of something abstract, you are more inclined to use words from the start, and unless you make a conscious effort to prevent it, the existing dialect will come rushing in and do the job for you, at the expense of blurring or even changing your meaning. Probably it is better to put off using words as long as possible and get one's meanings as clear as one can through pictures and sensations. Afterward, one can choose, not simply accept, the phrases that will best cover the meaning, and then switch around and decide what impression one's words are likely to make on another person. This last effort of the mind cuts out all stale or mixed images, all prefabricated phrases, needless repetitions, and humbug and vagueness generally. But one can often be in doubt about the effect of a word or phrase, and one needs rules that can rely on when instinct fails. I think the following rules will cover most cases. 1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are not used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word where a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive where you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. 6. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. These rules sound elementary, and so they are, but they demand a deep change of attitude in anyone who has grown used to writing in the style now fashionable. One could keep all of them and still write bad English, but one could not write the kind of stuff that I have quoted in those 5 specimens at the beginning of this article. I have not here been considering the literary use of language, but merely language as an instrument for expressing and not concealing or preventing thought. Stuart Chase and others have come near to claiming that all abstract words are meaningless and have used this as a pretext for advocating a kind of political quietism. Since you don't know what fascism is, how can you struggle against fascism? One need not swallow such absurdities as this, but one ought to recognize that the present political chaos is connected with the decay of language, and that one can probably bring about some improvement by starting at the verbal end. If you specify your English, you are freed from the worst follies of orthodoxy. You cannot speak any of the necessary dialects, and when you make a stupid remark, its stupidity will be obvious, even to yourself. Political language, as with variations, this is true of all political parties, from conservatives to anarchists, is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. One cannot change this all in a moment, but one can at least change one's own habits, and from time to time, one can even, if one jeers loudly enough, send some worn out and useless phrase, some jackboot, Achilles heel, hotbed, melting pot, acid test, veritable inferno, or other lump of verbal refuse into the dustbin where it belongs. I feel like this one probably gains some relevance as well with the advent of GPT-4. The reason I say that is when people were getting really bent out of shape about some of the this was more like the Dali and Midjourney tools and all of that, and particularly the kind of country fair where someone won with a AI generated entry. I actually wrote it's kind of funny. There's a couple of essays that I've written and not published, and then events have sort of turned out a certain way, and I'm like, man, I feel like a jackass for not putting that thing out. So because there was a lot of talk about art, I said, okay, so I kind of gave a bit of a write up in terms of what I thought was going on and why people were objecting, and sort of where I thought where all of this lay in kind of the grand scheme of things. But I said, there is one criticism that I think will come up, which is that I would like to draw more. I would like to be better at producing art. Definitely the ability to turn an idea into a realization is not really there. I can try, and the results are always not what I would like. So I think one of the criticisms that someone would bring up would be, well, you want to do art and you don't have the skill for it, and so you're going to like something like AI generated art because in the end it's something that will let you do something that you can't do before. I actually think that's a reasonable criticism. I also think that's probably the tool working as intended. I'm not entirely sure if the full argument is just, well, we need to put up barriers to expression, that this is ever something that we've kind of looked back and said is a good idea. Right? I said, let's take that argument seriously and let's do the thought experiment for writing, which is something that I like doing. And I said, well, let's imagine that we had, obviously there's OpenAI's work before. So I said, we obviously already have technology that can produce written English, and it seems to do a passable job at it. Obviously, this is before GPT-4. I said, let's imagine that there was a machine that could produce, kind of this commoditized essay, right? How would I feel about this? I'd say, well, let's leave aside the AI side. I actually kind of feel like this already exists. How many times have you gone to a website and seen some sort of Outbrain or Taboola kind of little ad banner that serves up a very provocative kind of clickbaity title, and you read the article and it's just this vapid nonsense that you is it possible for there to be vapid nonsense? Why didn't I just say nonsense? Like it's completely meaningless. It's they successfully got you to click, and the article doesn't deliver. And unfortunately, there is, in some publications now, these kinds of headlines and just really not delivering the, just not delivering on the promise of the headline. So, to a certain extent, I sort of think this thing already happens. I don't know if it's easier to write than it is to draw. I certainly find it easier to write than to draw. But I would also say, so if it comes down to a criticism, it's like, well, how would you feel about that? I'm like, well, I kind of feel that it already exists. And to be completely honest with you, as somebody who writes sort of middling essays that don't get a lot of attention. Again, this is not an effort in self-pity. This is just an honest assessment of my place. This is already describing a reality to me. There's any number of listicles that are going to get a lot of reading, and I don't really necessarily think everything that I write, maybe even the majority that I write, is necessarily worth reading compared to the listicles. But some of the more thoughtful stuff that I've done, the Unity article, a couple of EA articles, things like that, I don't know. I feel like that probably deserves maybe a little bit more attention than what you would kind of consider to be an average essay. So, from a practical point of view, the effort was more or less, so one of the reasons why I didn't ultimately sort of publish that thing is that the thrust of that argument is dealing with a potential criticism as opposed to making the central point about AI art. And one thing I have noticed in my writing tendencies is that there's a lot of bad faith online. It's it's very easy to attack someone for something that they never said, and particularly to feel very righteous about it. And what I have noticed is that I do have a strong tendency to inflate the word count by trying to address the objections ahead of time. And to a certain extent, you do need to ask the question, right? Like, is it really worth burdening the essay, for people who are not necessarily going to be arguing in bad faith? But on the other hand, you can also say, well, perhaps this is going to make the meaning clearer, and in that case, maybe some of those passages need to stay in. But yeah, I mean, so I do feel a little foolish not publishing that thing, because I think it would have been relevant to the art conversation, but it actually would have been better for the conversation that's currently happening about essays. But I will be honest with you, even with GPT-4, I think the biggest threat would be the sort of person that does, again, not to be too too self-pitying, but the sort of person who does sort of meddling essays that like let's be honest here, I'm not writing for like the Washington Post or the New York Times or or Foreign Affairs or something. Like I'm I'm doing my thing on a website, and every once in a while, people take notice and are very nice about it. So um, that sort of thing, yeah. If you make a living doing that, you probably need to be worried. But then the next question is like, well, maybe like, are we benefiting by preserving this? Is there an essay that's maybe being having some profound influence, and the world is being made a better place? Um, Kind of by definition, we've sort of said that that's not happening with that. But I do now. I'll admit I've not been looking at a lot of the GPT examples, but I do sort of feel a lot of what's being described here is kind of a description of the sort of writing that you may get from an AI. The AI is not thinking necessarily about the meaning and how to present it clearly. It's not to say that this is not a useful tool or that this should never be used. But if you do consider writing to be a string of phrases that you stitch together to hit some kind of some kind of objective. Now that objective can be a number of things, right? So for an AI, it's usually going to be some objective function that's related to, does this convince the person reading that this is written by a human? This is one of the reasons why the mistakes come through, that it gives um, very assertive falsehoods in certain cases, because you tend to believe people who are claiming things with authority, even if it's not necessarily true. Um, and so, I think there's probably the difficulty here, though, is that when it kind of talks about slovenliness of thinking and certain political points in that, obviously, GPT is not necessarily going to have a particular preference for a particular included. Sorry, I said particular twice. They're not going to have a preference for a certain outcome, right? They're not necessarily going to think the dropping of the atom bomb on Japan is or is not a good thing. Um, it will kind of match the statement to what it's been instructed to. So, um, and I mean, I will deal with the obvious fact. I've read this essay a few times. I think it's a wonderful essay. It's one reason why I like rereading it, but I really could stand to learn the lessons from it, because I'm certainly not writing fiction, and I feel like I could probably be be improving my writing quite a bit if I were to follow these examples. I try, but there's quite a bit to improve. So, as far as reading is concerned, let's do one more. Unless anybody has any other thoughts of politics in the English language, I feel like this is one that probably, I feel like this is hopefully one of the more familiar ones. I feel like you need to do it in school, but I do know the last time I did this, which was for um, not for broadcast. Um, I know there were a number of people who actually found this. This is the first time that they'd read it, so that's why I don't mind re redoing a few of these. But I figured because we were talking about GPT-4 and the idea of, oh, will the robots replace us? Maybe it's worth talking about why we write. There's actually something that I do quite like about this essay in particular, which um, I feel is how do I put it? Like, well, I'll talk about the one passage which I like, which doesn't seem to be inside of these writing essays, the other writing essays. And then I don't know if I'll wrap up after this or we'll do a little bit of gaming, but we'll figure that out at the time. So, why I write. From a very early age, perhaps at the age of 5 or 6, I knew that when I grew up, I should be a writer. Between the ages of about 17 and 24, I tried to abandon this idea, but I did so with the consciousness that I was outraging my true nature and that sooner or later I should have to settle down and write books. I was the middle child of 3, but there was a gap of 5 years on either side, and I barely saw my father before I was 8. For this and other reasons, I was somewhat lonely, and I soon developed disagreeable mannerisms which made me unpopular throughout my school days. I had the lonely child's habit of making up stories and holding conversations with imaginary persons, and I think from the very start my literary ambitions were mixed up with the feeling of being isolated and undervalued. I knew that I had a facility with words and a power of facing unpleasant facts, and I felt that this created a sort of private world in which I could get my own back for my failure in everyday life. Nevertheless, the volume of serious, i.e., seriously intended writing, which I produced all through my childhood and boyhood, would not amount to half a dozen pages. I wrote my first poem at the age of 4 or 5, my mother taking it down to dictation. I cannot remember anything about it except that it was about a tiger, and the tiger had chair like teeth. A good enough phrase, but I fancy the poem was a plagiarism of Blake's Tiger Tiger. At 11, when the War of 1914 to 18 broke out, I wrote a patriotic poem which was printed in the local newspaper, as was another 2 years later on the death of Kitchener. From time to time, when I was a bit older, I wrote bad and usually unfinished nature poems in the Georgian style. I also, about twice, attempted a short story which was a ghastly failure. That was the total of the would-be serious work that I actually set down on paper during all those years. However, throughout this time, I did, in a sense, engage in literary activities. To begin with, there was the made to order stuff, which I produced quickly, easily, and without much pleasure to myself. Apart from schoolwork, I wrote vers d'occasion in semi-comic poems, which I could turn out at what now seems to me astonishing speed. At 14, I wrote a whole rhyming play in an imitation of Aristophanes in about a week. I helped to edit school magazines, both printed and in manuscript. These magazines were the most pitiful burlesque stuff that you could imagine, and I took far less trouble with them now than I would with the cheapest journalism. But, side by side with all this, for 15 years or more, I was carrying out a literary exercise of quite a different kind. This was making up of a continuous story about myself, a sort of diary existing only in the mind. I believe this is a common habit of children and adolescents. As a very small child, I used to imagine that I was, say, Robin Hood, and picture myself as the hero of thrilling adventures. Quite soon, my story ceased to be narcissistic in a crude way and became more and more a mere description of what I was doing and the things I saw. For minutes at a time, this kind of thing would be running through my head. He pushed the door open and entered the room. A yellow beam of sunlight, filtering through the muslin curtains, slanted on to the table where a matchbox, half open, lay beside the inkpot. His right hand in his pocket, he moved across to the window. Down in the street, a tortoiseshell cat was chasing a dead leaf, etc., etc. This habit continued until I was about 25, right through my non-literary years. Although I had to search, and did search for the right words, I seemed to be making this descriptive effort almost against my will, under a kind of compulsion from outside. The story must, I suppose, have reflected the styles of the various writers I admired at different ages. So far as I remember, it always had the same meticulous descriptive quality. When I was about 16, I suddenly discovered the joy of mere words, i.e., the sounds and associations of words. These lines from Paradise Lost. So he with difficulty and labor hard moved on with difficulty and labor he, which do not now seem to me so very wonderful, sent shivers down my backbone, and the spelling he for he was an added pleasure. As for the need to describe things, I knew all about it already, so it was clear what kind of books I wanted to write, insofar as I could be said to want to write books at that time. I wanted to write enormous naturalistic novels with unhappy endings, full of detailed descriptions and arresting similes, and so full of purple passages in which words were used partly for the sake of their sound. And in fact, my first completed novel, Burmese Days, which I wrote when I was 30, but projected much earlier, is rather that kind of book. I give this background information because I do not think one can assess a writer's motives without knowing something of his early development. His subject matter will be determined by the age he lives in. At least this is true in tumultuous revolutionary ages like our own. Before he ever begins to write, he will have acquired an emotional attitude from which he will never completely escape. It is his job, no doubt, to discipline his temperament and avoid getting stuck at some immature stage or in some perverse mood, but if he escapes from his early influences altogether, he will have killed his impulse to write. Putting aside the need to earn a living, I think there are four great motives for writing, at any rate for writing prose. They exist in different degrees in every writer, and in any one writer, the proportions will vary from time to time, according to the atmosphere in which he is living. They are 1. Sheer egoism. Desire to seem clever, to be talked about, to be remembered after death, to get your own back on grown ups who snubbed you in childhood, etc., etc. It is humbug to pretend that this is not a motive, and a strong one. Writers share this characteristic with scientists, artists, politicians, lawyers, soldiers, successful businessmen, in short, with the whole top crust of humanity. The great mass of human beings are not acutely selfish. After the age of about 30, they abandon individual ambition. In many cases, indeed, they almost abandon the sense of being individuals at all, and live chiefly for others, or are simply smothered under drudgery. But there is also the minority of gifted, willful people who are determined to live their own lives to the end, and writers belong in this class. Serious writers, I should say, are on the whole more vain and self-centered than journalists, though less interested in money. 2. Aesthetic enthusiasm. Perception of beauty in the external world, or, on the other hand, in words and their right arrangement. Pleasure in the impact of one sound on another, in the firmness of good prose or the rhythm of a good story. Desire to share an experience which one feels is valuable and ought not to be missed. The aesthetic motive is very feeble in a lot of writers, but even a pamphleteer or writer of textbooks will have pet words and phrases which appeal to him for non utilitarian reasons, or he may feel strongly about typography, width of margins, etc. Above the level of a railway guide, no book is quite free from aesthetic considerations. 3. Historical impulse. Desire to see things as they are, to find out true facts and store them up for the use of posterity. 4. Political purpose. Using the word political in the widest possible sense. Desire to push the world in a certain direction, to alter other people's idea of the kind of society that they should strive after. Once again, no book is genuinely free from political bias. The opinion that art should have nothing to do with politics is itself a political attitude. It can be seen how these various impulses must war against one another, and how they must fluctuate from person to person and from time to time. By nature, taking your nature to be the state you have attained when you are first adult, I am a person in whom the first 3 motives would outweigh the fourth. In a peaceful age, I might have written ornate or merely descriptive books, and might have remained almost unaware of my political loyalties. As it is, I have been forced into becoming a sort of pamphleteer. First, I spent 5 years in an unsuitable profession, Indian Imperial Police in Burma. Then I underwent poverty and a sense of failure. This increased my natural hatred of authority and made me, for the first time, fully aware of the existence of the working classes. The job in Burma had given me some understanding of the nature of imperialism. But these experiences were not enough to give me an accurate political orientation. Then came Hitler, the Spanish Civil War, etc. At the end of 1935, I had still failed to reach a firm decision. I remember a little poem that I wrote at that date expressing my dilemma. A happy vicar I might have been 200 years ago, reach upon eternal doom and watch my walnuts grow. But born, alas, in an evil time, I missed that pleasant haven, for the hair has grown on my upper lip, and clergy are all clean shaven. And later still the times were good, were so easy to please. We rocked our troubled thoughts to sleep on the bosoms of the trees. All ignorant, we dared to own the joys we now dissemble. Greenfinch on the apple bough could make my enemies tremble. But girls' bellies and apricots, roach and shaded stream, horses, ducks, in flight at dawn, all these are a dream. It is forbidden to dream again. We maim our joys or hide them. Horses are made of chromium steel. Little fat men shall ride them. I am the worm who never turned, the eunuch without a harem. Between the priest and the commissar, I walk like Eugene Aram. And the commissar is telling my fortune while the radio plays. The priest has promised an Austin 7, for Dougie always pays. I dreamt I dwelt in marble halls and woke to find it true. Wasn't born for an age like this. Smith? Jones? Were you? The Spanish War and other events in 1936 and 1937 turned the scale, and thereafter I knew where I stood. Every line of serious work I have written since 1936 has been written, directly or indirectly, against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism, as I understand it. It seems to me nonsense in a period like our own to think that one cannot avoid writing of such subjects. Everyone writes of them in one guise or another. It is simply a question on which side one takes and what approach one follows. The more one is conscious of one's own political bias, the more chance one has of acting politically without sacrificing one's aesthetic and intellectual integrity. What I have most wanted to do throughout the past 10 years is to make political writing into an art. My starting point is always a feeling of partisanship, a sense of injustice. When I sit down to write a book, I do not say to myself, I am going to produce a work of art. I write it because there is some lie that I want to expose, some fact to which I want to draw attention. My initial concern is to get a hearing, but I could not do the work of writing a book or even a long magazine article if it were not also an aesthetic experience. Anyone who cares to examine my work will see that when it is downright propaganda, it contains much that a full time politician would consider irrelevant. I am not able and do not want completely to abandon the worldview that I have acquired in childhood. As long as I remain alive and well, I shall continue to feel strongly about prose style, to love the surface of the earth, and to take pleasure in solid objects and scraps of useless information. It is no use in trying to suppress that side of myself. The job is to reconcile my ingrained likes and dislikes, and the essentially public, non individual activities that this age forces on all of us. It is not easy. It raises problems of construction and of language. It raises, in a new way, the problem of truthfulness. Let me give just one example of the cruder kind of difficulty that arises. My book about the Spanish Civil War, Homage to Catalonia, is, of course, a frankly political book, but in the main, it is written with a certain detachment and a regard for form. I did try very hard in it to tell the whole truth without violating my literary instincts. But among other things, it contains a long chapter full of newspaper quotations and the like defending the Trotskyists who were accused of plotting with Franco. Clearly, such a chapter, which after a year or two would lose its interest for any ordinary reader, must ruin the book. A critic, whom I respect, read me a lecture about it. Why did you put in all that stuff? He said. You've turned what might have been a good book into journalism. What he said was true, but I could not have done otherwise. I happened to know, what very few people in England have been allowed to know, that innocent men were being falsely accused. If I had not been angry about it, then I should never have written the book. In one form or another, this problem comes up again. The problem of language is subtler and would take too long to discuss. I will only say that of late years I have tried to write less picturesquely and more exactly. In any case, I find that by the time you have perfected any style of writing, you have always outgrown it. Animal Farm was the first book in which I tried, with full consciousness of what I was doing, to use political purpose and artistic purpose into one whole. I have not written a novel for 7 years, but I hope to write another fairly soon. It is bound to be a failure. Every book is a failure. But I do know with some clarity what kind of book I want to write. Looking back through my last page or two, I see that I've made it appear as though my motives in writing were wholly public spirited. I don't want to leave that as the final impression. All writers are vain, selfish, and lazy. At the very bottom of their motives, there lies a mystery. Writing a book is a horrible, exhausting struggle, like a long bout of some painful illness. One would never undertake such a thing if one were not driven on by some demon whom one can neither resist nor understand. For all one knows, that demon is simply the same instinct that makes a baby squall for attention. And yet it is also true that one can write nothing readable unless one constantly struggles to efface one's own personality. Good prose is like a window pane. I cannot say with certainty which of my motives are the strongest, but I know which of them deserve to be followed. And looking back through my work, I see that it is invariably where I lacked a political purpose that I wrote lifeless books and was betrayed into purple passages, sentences without meaning, decorative adjectives, and humbug generally. Written in Gangrel, number 4, summer 1946. I believe 2 years later, have written 1984 or finished 1984. So one of the things I particularly like about this essay, and it's kind of funny that this doesn't Orwell's not exactly a secret, right? I think pretty much everybody knows George Orwell. I do tend to find that he's almost exclusively attached to 1984, when of course there is so much more writing that he's done and is still worth reading. But I do particularly like the 4 motives and the fact that egoism is the first one. One small concern that I sort of have about the type of writing that I do is that it's very often focused on gaming. And to a certain extent, this is actually something in particular when I when I meet with friends who are sort of outside of my gaming circles or coworkers, I do try to move beyond just gaming topics because I find there's the danger that people sort of think I'm one note. But obviously, in terms of education, I understand economics very well. In terms of interests, I have a great love of classics. I do enjoy reading in general, often current affairs, but I also kind of have this longing to pick up more fiction. In fact, that's one of the big reasons why I started with Arthur Conan Doyle. And of course, to a certain extent, I would suppose I almost feel the same way about. Again, I'm putting myself in very exalted company. Please don't take more from this than what is intended. But when you think Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, you think Sherlock Holmes. Sort of the same way that I sort of feel when I'm talking among friends or people who know of me. You'll think System Shock Gaming. Um, Obviously, you wouldn't think my alias in a personal conversation. But Arthur Conan Doyle also wrote The Lost World, among others. And I think it's fair to say that there's a lot more work that's been done. There's a lot more that's of value there, and maybe you wouldn't necessarily just want to be associated with that single note. So, in this particular case, I don't know. Like I kind of recognize the problem, although I also sort of recognize that at least in terms of the writing that can or should be shared, it probably does make sense to focus on the gaming side of things. Because in the end, right, between the Twitch channel, between the people who've sort of followed my stuff because it's gaming related and it's of interest to them, there is sort of a benefit in terms of being able to write about these things as well. And more importantly, I'm able to convey certain ideas which are, not necessarily directly gaming related, but can be explored. So particularly when it comes to statistical concepts, being able to describe it in the context of data analysis for games, it's actually serving two purposes, which is number one, it's a relatable way to talk about a subject that probably we could use some more literacy on. But it also has the practical benefit of being able to. So, like, number one, it's relatable because if you like gaming, you're going to follow it a little bit better. Number two, it's also going to equip people to be able to handle the problems a bit more directly. So, when I'm writing about confidence intervals in terms of gaming data, this is not a problem exclusive to gaming. However, it is definitely a big problem with a lot of the values that are being reported. And Jake correctly pointed out in one of his replies to that article that in some of his earlier work, he did report ranges. He didn't report confidence intervals, but I think the range is still enough. And the reason why that's important is that a point estimate isn't enough. You also want to basically be reporting sort of the variance. How certain, how precise is this measure? Because if you don't do that, then essentially, when the good example here would be forecasts based off of wish lists, when people have these wildly, disparate results, if you like the narrative that's being presented, then you're just going to say, "Oh, you did your marketing wrong," or you did your wish lists wrong or something. Of course, it wasn't going to turn out. But what's probably happening is people are following the advice that they've been given. But the problem is that the advice that they've been given does not contain with it this measure of uncertainty. And one of the ways that, so my view on this is that this is not so much about sort of crapping on the data work that other people are doing. It's recognizing that some of these data driven articles are essentially marketing documents, but that the purpose of a of a readable article, right? The marketing purpose can be covered by reporting useful information, which in this case would mean, standard errors, variance, confidence intervals. There's a few different things that you can report that would be improving the overall level of article. But in that sense, at least that way, I can sort of find an angle on other topics that I would normally want to write about. But coming back to the main point, One of the things I like about this, and I am going to fall into the gaming, is part of that was just a scaffolding to make the gaming point here, is that I don't think this is just limited to writing, right? Whether or not people want to admit, so like, what do people say when they're making a game? Oh, we want to heal the world through play. I wanted to do something that got people back in touch with their inner child. Like all this sort of stuff. And you know what? There probably is that motivation, right? I'm not trying to suggest that everyone who gives these altruistic reasons are completely, are just completely lying to you. I don't know the contents of other people's heads. There may actually be a lot more pure motives than I'm giving people credit for. But what do I actually think is, going on here? Number one, right? This is a great reason to do anything. Um, all of those people in my class laughed at me and they said I was never going to be able to make a game. And I showed them I made my game. Please buy it. Um, it's dumb to pretend that this is not a huge motivating factor for people. Is it the sort of thing you want to sustain a business around? I can't tell you that, right? I mean, there are people who've done this. There are people who have been very successful and are probably trying to tranquilize some demon that was born in elementary school bullying or something like. But to pretend that every single creative endeavor, even if it comes to something like a game, is the object of this pure you know, altruistic goal. Like, if you're lying to yourself, you are just simply putting yourself in a worst position to reach the outcome that you want. And generally, if you're doing a game, you want to at least make as much as you put in. Like, these are commercial enterprise. Like, at least for me, if I sit down and do some writing, I lose the time, and I value the time. I there are things that I can do that will earn me money with that time, so it's not costless. But sitting down and putting some words on a page doesn't even require a particularly good computer. I can also sit down and write things on paper, but generally I tend to type, and I do notice that the repetitive activity, like the fact that I've built a habit around it, does make it a little bit easier to write on the days where I don't really feel up to it. but but yeah, like, to get your own back from grown-ups who snubbed you in childhood, etc. Yes, of course that's a motivation. That's a reason why games are getting made. That's a reason why books are being written. That's a reason why paintings are being painted. It's a reason why animated shows exist. I'll show them is a legitimate motivation. Um, People may want to quiet that part. People may want to try and find some inner peace. That's totally fine. But let's not kid ourselves that this is the reason why people are doing it. Aesthetic enthusiasm. I think this one's probably better understood. I want to make something beautiful. I'd actually go so far as to say, like, number two can also be expressed in a more down to earth method. And you just say, I want to play something that will knock people into the back of the room, right? That could be, I want to make. I can remember some moments in the Ezio Assassin's Creed games where I wasn't even really playing the game. It was really one of these set pieces that just was really over the top. But I remember just being absolutely gripped by it. And it's also hard for me to believe that people experience things like that and don't feel a certain sense of, I really want to, I really want to make people feel that. In the case of historical impulse, I think that one's probably a little bit more aligned with, probably is more specific to writing. It's very hard to see how gaming becomes sort of a historical document. That does not imply that they cannot be, right? There's any number of ways that you can sort of structure a game to try and become this, time capsule or something like that. I just don't want to, I don't really think it is as appropriate in the case of why I write. But political purpose as well. I mean, that's clearly there to greater and lesser extent. There are very clearly some people who want to try and make message games. I don't necessarily think that they work all that well, but it's not my place to tell them what they can and can't produce. Obviously, if it connects, you even if you don't necessarily see it as a if you don't see it as a political work or whatever, it benefits from the others. And I mean, this is the other thing too. We are talking about motivations, right? So it could be that you're motivated to make this incredibly deep political game, and you utterly failed to communicate the political message. That doesn't mean that that wasn't a motivation. So, um, but I think the biggest one that I like by far, and I think there's a reason why Orwell puts that at number one, is that it is actually very, very nice to see people speaking plainly about this motivation. Um, because, I mean, he also takes the time at the end of the essay to highlight, yeah, this is not purely for altruistic reasons. I think it is helpful to be upfront about that. Because again, if you're lying, particularly for writing, but I sort of feel for a lot of things, if you're lying to yourself about it, then how do you really expect to to do your best work? Um, this is something I tend to know. I won't mention specifically who it is because there's no benefit to doing so, but I can think of a couple of conversations I've had with someone who, like, because I have very broad interests, I do sometimes run into the trap of speaking above someone unintentionally. And I will always hit the wrong side of the two poles. I never want to talk down to someone and sort of explain things in a, you know, not intentionally condescending, but of course they know. So it's inevitably going to be condescending if I explain something to them. And likewise, I also don't like talking over people, or well, talking over means something different. I don't necessarily like assuming knowledge of a subject on the other hand, because that's sort of alienating in another reason. And I think we've all run into the type of person who likes to sort of say, or put out an obscure fact, knowing that it's obscure, and essentially daring someone to ask the question. Either you're going to have to put up with a tedious conversation where you don't know what's being discussed, or the person's going to, take that moment to feel like, I don't know, present themselves as being very magnanimous to, to educate the ignoramuses in front of them. Obviously, just stop hanging out with people like that. Um, but what I do tend to do, if I think I'm going to be veering into the ground where it's possible that someone may know, but I'm not entirely sure, I will ask, "Oh, are you familiar with X, Y, or Z?" It's usually because it's a sentence or two to get the idea across. But if I don't take that sentence or two, then the next bit is just going to be gibberish. There are definitely people I know who will always answer yes to the "Are you familiar with X, Y, or Z?" So, I mean, again, just truly, we have some of the greatest polymaths among us, people of these, incredibly broad reading that happens to perfectly overlap with every obscure topic that I've ever looked up, um, or they're lying to me. And of course, as the conversation goes by, it is very clear where I've lost them. And it's very embarrassing because I'm not going to call them out and say, okay, so you obviously didn't know this thing. Let's roll back and see what's going. But now the conversation is sort of burdened with the dishonesty as well as the fact that the point is not being made. It's awkward, and I really hate that. Um, and yeah, the big difficulty with that too is that when you have sort of that loss of trust, when people are trying, so like I'm cursed with a. I mean, whenever I say this, inevitably a test comes up and somebody's like, "Oh, so I guess it's not that good after all." It's like I'm not implying perfection, but I do seem to have a fairly decent memory for things, and this actually leads me to have a degree of certainty on some things that I'll be upfront and say it can be off-putting to some people. But again, it does actually translate into some of this mistrust that I run into. And the reason why I say the mistrust is because when you're given excuse A and excuse B, and you see that these are the arguments that are being made for convenience. So I had a particular case here where someone was kind of obviously trying to take the bullet for someone else that I was quite cross with, and someone had used this example. I kind of used this past offense to give an example for it. Again, I'm sounding like a real jerk here, and I probably am a real jerk, but just better to be honest about it, right? So I gave this example. I said, this is something that they've done, and I think it was pretty crummy, and this is where this is coming from. And they said, "Oh no, well this is actually what happened here." And what interested me was that that was the first time I'd heard that excuse, which is actually probably the real thing that happened. But what actually occurred, um, what that revealed, because I remember the original excuse that was brought up. And again, I'm sorry I'm not going into detail, and that's just because I'm trying not to relitigate the issue. And again, it's just a personal thing, so it's not really going to matter that much. But where it what was interesting to me was that was another case where they had sort of been running interference because they knew I didn't think very highly of this other individual at the time. And so, of course, now I'm getting the real story, and is this person who actually did this thing here? So, again, this is where a good memory will really hurt you, because in one sense, I'm like, okay, well, now I can't trust this story because we're covering up, the person I'm currently not that pleased with by using an example of someone who, from the other time that you ran interference for someone. Um, and of course, if you're blessed with a shorter memory, or if you don't have a memory for those, basically, if you don't hold grudges like a a dwarf, um, then you can just have a happier life and not be mistrustful. I'm trying to remember why I went on this particular topic. This is going to be about the motivations for writing, but I lost the plot a little bit. I do see Johnny Big Time's in chat here, so I don't know if he's Johnny. I don't know if you're here. If you didn't get to hear any of the stories, I'm happy to try and deliver another one. Or maybe you don't want to be called out, in which case, please go back to bed. No, or not bed, but please go back to your. Um, but yeah, I was gonna say, I've got about 14 minutes from what I was originally going to say is a closing time. I can read another Sherlock Holmes story if there's interest. I think I'm done for the essays, but if somebody has something you would like to about being honest about your writing or making something. I thank you for that, because it does remind me of the overall thrust, but I feel like I've derailed that train of thought now, and it's going to be tricky to get it back. I don't know. I mean, the one really essential part for me is that kind of like it's the sort of dishonesty that is completely socially acceptable, and it's not the thing that's worth holding like a long-standing grudge over. Um, and like I understand why people do it, um, but it is one of those things that stops you from being able to understand the world better. But very logical if you were on that train. Yeah, this is the one problem I run into is like most of the time I'm able to like work my way back from the very tangled train of thought. It's like having, 5 or 6 nested for loops in a program or something. But every once in a while I blow it, and I get distracted, or there's another thing that comes up. I'm feeling a little hungry for um and it unravels, and I can't get the back on. But no, it is like I think I kind of know where I was heading with that. And like basically the big challenge that I have run into is that it does make it hard to convey the point that I want with the person. It does lead to sort of a lack of trust with the person who I'm discussing the topic with. It just means that in future, when they say I know X, um, I'm probably going to put less weight on it. Not to a point where I've stopped asking the question, but I definitely wonder at times, whether or not it is worth asking because I already kind of know what the answer is. And I think the big challenge is that when you think about it, so what do you gain, right? Well, I don't. I mean, I'm hoping I don't do this. Maybe this reflects poorly on me, but one of the big challenges is that I really hope I do not come across as, because I definitely don't feel this, that I somehow give someone like person points for knowing trivia, right? So if I ask you, are you familiar with X? And you say yes, I do not immediately say, aha, you are one of the biblical people. You are automatically, the best person in my eyes. It is genuinely a question for information to avoid an unnecessary digression. Um, and the willingness to sort of, so saying, I'm familiar with X when you're not, sort of says that you don't value the information more than you value sort of this illusion that you're more knowledgeable than you are. And so kind of to me what that communicates, and again, this is probably me being too judgmental and I should maybe get over that, but one of the big challenges that I run into is that it says that this very, to me, I don't value it at all, as knower of trivia. But apparently this perceived boost of my estimation, this idea that, you pulled the wool over my eyes and um, are presented as knowing more than you really do, that's rated over being able to understand what's being communicated. That is one of the things that actually makes it very difficult to have conversations with people, for me at times, because at that point it's just sort of like, okay, well, we're kind of in one of these conversations where people are just sort of waiting for their turn to talk now. And I mean, those conversations can happen. Obviously everybody's going to get what they can out of a chat, and it's kind of up to you to decide whether or not you want to continue on those terms. But it is one that becomes difficult for me. Anyways, I'm not really sure expanding on that was any better. But how about I put it to you this way? I'm probably going to need to take a minute to maybe refill some tea and get some food. But before we wrap up tonight, would you like a little bit of extra time to see one of these old person games that'll make all of you feel like a million years old for playing? Say, yeah, this looks fun. Say, I remember when I could buy this in a store. And I'm like, you liar. We've never been able to buy games from Steam. Like, oh, this is before Steam. I'm going to have some coffee. Okay. I will make the executive decision. Um, this is going to get interesting for Ebb Games. That. Um, okay. I'm going to make the executive decision. We are going to play a little. Yeah, yeah, I know. They actually got an. That's the chain that did the really good Xbox deal in Canada. They're still around. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna probably need a little bit of a break, and I'm curious to see how this will. Um, I'm curious to see how this will be handled with Twitch, but see how this goes. I actually can't remember if I've ever done this on stream or not, but this should be fun. Oh lordy, I can't see a single thing. right, so this thing wreaks havoc on my screens, and I suspect there is not going to be a high resolution option. Yeah. So just a heads up, if you wrote anything between me starting the game and now, I can't see chat. And if somebody could just say one thing in chat so that I can make sure that my tablet is actually registering this, I can proceed. Sorry to be needy on that, but all right. Olaf had written one. So was there any material that I missed in chat that I should cover? Yeah, for those of you not familiar, this is Dungeon Keeper by Bullfrog Games. I believe this counts as a Peter Molyneux game, although it's always a little hard. Extolling Bullfrog's virtues, yeah. So I think this might actually be the 25th anniversary, not like the 24th anniversary that would have been released presumably earlier this year, but I do believe this is the 25th year of Dungeon Keeper. This is a really neat idea for a game. Nope. Well, there you go. Now we answered the Peter Molyneux question. I would be raging if I was in these credits. Oh, by the way, is the game to voice volume okay? Oh god, I seem to have lost chat again. But yeah, I do have a small worry that the game is sort of overwhelming my voice. So can I just maybe get a read on that before I go further? Because I feel like if I tab out, it may cause problems with the game. So if I can, I'd like to deal with it in the options. I can go back to the credits if it was loud. Okay. I don't feel like this has actually changed anything. Okay, let's see.
Ever smile. Set in the realm of joy, the people of Eversmile are plagued only by aching facial muscles, and not anthrax as we had hoped. Eversmile is a disgusting land of good humor and polite frivolity.
I will actually introduce the game, but once I actually feel like I can... Wow. It also looks like there isn't a pause option. Okay, so I am going to have to tab out and let's see what that does. Good God.
Set in the realm of joy, the people of Eversmile are plagued only by aching facial muscles, and not anthrax as we had hoped.
Okay, so now it looks like the video is borked. Oh, not for the stream, but it is for me. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to quit out and we'll reload, and hopefully we will actually be able to properly play the game then. But I'm going to guess that those volumes were better. This is the drawback about some of the old-timey games. Don't always play well with the stream. I'm gonna skip over the. Of getting the. I think we'll just jump into the game. So, for those of you unfamiliar with Dungeon Keeper, oh, okay, yeah, it looks like the game is loaded up. Um, and again, please just let me know if the game to voice is off because I'd rather deal with it now than have to quit out the game while I'm playing it and move on. But yeah, the premise behind this game is a neat one. Essentially, it's so I guess this is kind of taken for granted now. The you play the bad guy sort of a story. Um, but the idea here is that essentially you are someone who creates the dungeons that heroes go into. You need to. It's a bit of a sim. You need to attract the forces of darkness into the dungeon by providing the amenities that's required. The heroes are the antagonists that are going to kind of break in and try and take the treasures. But obviously, the creation of the dungeon is an effort to try and take over all of these different regions. So let's go into Eversmile, which is sort of the tutorial level, and we'll see if we can make some progress. Again, I'll probably have to pause this part way through or just walk away from the dungeon um, to deal with food and tea. But let's see how far we can go. And again, I'm assuming that the game to voice volume's okay because I haven't seen anything in chat. This is the last time to bring it up and not have me get cranky about it. The first thing that a keeper needs is somewhere to keep gold when it's been mined out of the rock by his imps. To create a treasure room, select the treasure room icon from the rooms panel, fill the empty area to the west with treasure room tiles. So apparently they want me to build it here. Expertly done. Press the right mouse button to turn the pointer back into the hand of evil. Mine out the gold to the east by toggling the area with the left mouse button. Your imps will dig out the gold and carry it to your treasure room. Too quiet? Okay, because the game is quite loud for me. Does that help it at all? Okay.
Smile. Set in the realm of joy, the people of Eversmile are plagued only by aching facial muscles, and not anthrax as
So you're saying there's
Eversmile is a
this,
disgusting
you can't hear
land
anything?
of polite frivolity.
What's the delay on this? Okay, let me. I'm going to wait. Do I need to change the volume or not? Because I'm seeing. I understand that there's probably a difference on the time. I've already tabbed out of the game, but I don't want to change the volume. If the stuff that was immediately preceding what I'm saying right now, would you be okay with a broadcast of that, or do I need to change the volume? I'm gonna have to reset anyway, but I don't want to change the volume until I get a definitive answer to this. The dungeon had no sound. Okay, that unfortunately does not make any sense from the what I'm seeing in the dashboard. If I just try, the big problem I've got right now is that the DOSBox setting is minuscule. So I may not actually be able to play the game with this. So you're saying this doesn't have any sound? Okay, because like when I'm looking at the screen right now. Okay. Thank you, Johnny. Let's see if we can get a level off of this. How is this for a level, especially compared to my voice? It's like the problem that I have when I hear no sound, what I hear when I see that as it's the game is not connecting to audio. If it's low sound, then that just is a question of that's just a question of getting the right levels. But okay, can I get a second to say whether or not it's okay? You just hear the ambient sounds now. That's better. Okay. I'm going to try and mine out some territory. Okay, that's obviously... This is not workable, but... Audio-wise, this is okay?
Your entrails will decorate the darkest alcove of my domain.
Okay. I just have to quit out so we don't see that happen again. Yeah, I'm actually not sure who that was, Johnny. Okay, but yeah, like I said, this is a fun idea for a management game. I got a really dismissive response to a game idea that I had once from someone saying, "Oh, so it's just Dungeon Keeper," and I never told that person another idea again. But as the tutorial tells us, we start with a treasury, and then we actually need to mine out the gold. Expertly done. Press the right mouse button to turn the pointer back to the Hand of Evil. Mine out the gold to the east by tagging the area with the left mouse button. Your imps will dig out the gold and carry it back to your treasure room. So there have been a couple of games which have followed in this spirit. So I believe there's a series called Dungeons, which brings back the voice actor playing sort of the evil advisor. And then there's War for the Overworld. This is a message, right-click to delete it. Use the cursor keys to see other areas of the underworld. Rotate and zoom the view with the right control key and the cursor keys. Oh, that's really helpful, actually. But I feel like this is the kind of game that probably still has some currency. You definitely were not that person, Johnny. If you were, I don't remember it. If you want to make your creatures work harder, slap them by right-clicking the Hand of Evil on them. Slapping will harm your creatures. New area discovered, and use the left mouse button to pluck your creatures from the dungeon. Use the right mouse button over them, to drop them over a room or tile belonging to your dungeon. Creatures perform the task relevant to the situation that they are dropped into. But yeah, no, I feel like this is... Like, obviously this is an old game, especially when you sort of look at the visual style and all of that. And yet I feel this is the type of game that would probably do incredibly well on Steam, just by virtue of the fact that it's hitting all of the different things that appeal to people right now, right? Sims, management, a weird little premise. I think there's a lot going for this still. Greedily done, Keeper. Now you need to turn some of your dungeon into a lair. Lairs are where creatures rest and recover. The area your imps just mined would be an ideal spot for some creatures to lurk. Select the lair icon from the room's panel. Dig a tunnel that connects to the portal to the north. Portals appear on the map as flashing squares until they are claimed. Creatures only use portals claimed by a keeper. Your imps claim a portal as soon as it connects to your dungeon.
entrance has been claimed.
I guess we'll go for shorter walls. Your first minion has arrived. It's a giant fly. It can spit corrosive vomit at your enemies, and its wings grant the hideous insect the speed to intercept the most nimble trespassers. Taking over a portal, and fly. A beetle has scuttled into your realm. It's tough enough to absorb a lot of damage. Like most creatures, beetles require food. Dig out a new area, select the hatchery icon, and create your hatchery. Tasty snacks will soon emerge from its enchanted soil. So, how many? I feel like the majority of people here are familiar with Dungeon Keeper. Is there anybody who has not seen this game before? Imps fortify your walls to prevent intruders tunneling in. If you want to create more imps, go to the research panel, select the imp icon, and left-click anywhere in your dungeon. Each imp you create costs more than the previous one. I feel like if I do any more, I'm not going to have any money left, so we'll leave that. At least until I find more gold. Maybe it wants me to exhaust all the gold.
Your gold reserves are running low.
Intruders approach. They seek gaps in your fortifications. In order to gain entry to your dungeon, a white trail on the map indicates their progress. Click the icon on the top of the control panel to see a bigger map. So this is where those rapscallions are. You can hear them banging at the walls. Why not have a handful of creatures ready to drop on top of the intruders? To pick up the creatures quickly, left-click on them from within the creatures panel. You can only drop creatures within the confines of your own dungeon. Yoink. Actually, yeah, the beetles are the best one to drop. I definitely think this audio cue is a really nice little touch. Truly, this game is a classic. Lots of standing around waiting for things to happen.
creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Like a dwarf.
Your minions are winning a battle.
Savor your first victory while you can. You have attained the wrath of the Lord of this realm. His party will soon be here. The imps should pick up the gold. Oh no, they've already picked up the gold. But I believe the imps, if I were to build a bridge, the imps would actually claim this territory, which I suspect is exactly the reason why there's water between those.
Beware, the Lord of the land approaches.
Leave us to live our lives in peace.
Lord of the land has arrived. I can smell his fear. Defeat him, and the realm is yours. So, Lord of the Realm sort of kind of... I can't remember if he just walks around waiting for a while, or if there is a specific event to sort of trigger him, or if I need to like go and find him. But I think usually he's just going to run in and try and take out my my people. Now, I am a bit worried about the flies going out to find him, so maybe what I'll do is... I'll pick out the...
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are
that didn't
attacking
work.
the enemy.
Third fly back, though.
Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Apparently these flies have no sense of self-preservation.
Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Okay, I would have liked the flies to participate here, but...
Your minions are winning a battle.
Your work here is done. Now there is no one to prevent you from obliterating this nauseating realm and expanding your empire into a neighboring land. Nice. Also, there is a very important feature here with regards to the chickens. Success, this land is yours. Press space to proceed to the next realm.
Branahawk. War and anthrax have taken to this land like fleas to a rat. The region is, thanks to your unstinting efforts, now a major eyesore.
Okay, I'm going to take a minute to do some... So actually, let me put it to you this way. Now that we've seen the tutorial, I don't have a ton of time to spend on this, but is there interest in me doing some more of this? Because if I do, then I'll take some time to get tea and food and just otherwise sort myself out. And if the nostalgia is really just bringing people to the point where they say, I want to play Dungeon Keeper on my own, I need not inflict this on those of you who just wanted to see some reading. Okay. So I can't really do anything. I can't really do anything like to put up a be right back screen or anything like that. Because anytime I go out of the menu, that's going to cause sort of the strobing effect and all of that. But what I am going to do, I'm going to get the kettle on. I'm just going to sort myself out. If for whatever reason, somebody decides to stop by at this moment and says, "Hey, why isn't Streamer playing game? I've heard of the famous System Shock, and this was going to be the time I'd bring 3,000 people to watch his stuff and make his career. Please just let them know. Hey, I'm going away. Don't know how much longer you'll be awake, but you'll have to see more. Well, Olaf, that's reason enough, right? Like I said, I'm not going to be streaming for a lot longer. But what I am going to do is warm up a little bit with some tea. I will make sure that I have Indian or Ceylonese tea, not China. Actually, you know what? I might be drinking Chinese tea now that I think of it. Um, but I am going to need a minute just to get some food and take care of everything else. So I'll see you all probably within 5 or 6 minutes. I'll try to keep it short. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm almost back. Johnny, I just saw your photos as well. That looks like a hell of a Christmas dinner. Can I stop by I stop by your place next year? Okay, let's spend the rest of the time we have together spreading the opposite of good cheer. And as you can see, the map changes as you inconvenience people.
A hideous sham of a town in which the prosperous citizens have no gripes or moans. Sadly, even the children are happy and secure. This is because they aren't punished for non-existent crimes.
Remember the lessons you learned in Branahawk. You must build a treasure room, a lair, and a hatchery, and you will need to claim a portal. Build rooms in squares of at least 9 tiles to increase the efficiency of the room.
You must build a treasure room to store gold.
To be a little more thoughtful about how I build this stuff out. Possess creatures by choosing the possess spell from the research panel and left-clicking the creature you want to control. Right-click to leave the creature again. Need a treasure room, and when imps have no other orders, they run around reinforcing your dungeon. Fortified walls keep out intruders. Rooms with reinforced walls make your creatures feel more at home, and heroes more terrified. Alright, well this... Oh no, that'll still work. Work faster.
You must build a treasure room to store gold.
If you don't want to get your imps to do it, you can just manually contribute. Okay, let's put down a layer. Hatchery. Then... Looks like there's a seam of gold that we can work towards. We'll probably need a bigger treasure room, but we'll worry about that later. So one thing that's kind of interesting to contrast this is, a game that I like to contrast with this would be Industries of Titan, and some of the trouble that I run into with the workforce. So in this case, it's really nothing for me to make a bigger workforce, and there's no like ticking cost in this case. You'll need to make your creatures stronger. In a training room, your creatures can hone their fighting skills, gain new abilities, and learn more powerful spells. Oh, AT is ready. That's not going to work either. So it's useless for me to try and clear out this area. We'll just make the training room over here. We've got a fly and a beetle. Yeah, so in this case here, you do have the rising costs of your workforce, like generating your workforce. But when it comes to, compared to something like Industries of Titan, there isn't quite the same worry about having to maintain. Like if you build too many imps, what that's limiting is your ability to build other things. It's not necessarily the fact that you. It's not necessarily that you're gonna wind up in a situation where you can't afford your workforce. Your plan proceeds smoothly, Keeper. Allow your imps time to fortify the walls of your dungeon. This increases the efficiency of rooms and repels would-be invaders. You may have to expand some of these. Oh wow, I have a room that I didn't even touch. The training room attracts ever more ferocious creatures, such as demon spawn. Build it, and they will come. Speaking of demon spawn, the trained creatures drop them in the training room. The number that occasionally appears above the creature's head indicates how much gold it has cost for that creature to train. You can train creatures more rapidly by slapping them as they work out in the training room. Okay, so let's start with... Actually, you know what? This doesn't have to be that difficult. We'll just make huge versions of everything. So if we still need a bigger treasure room after all of this expansion, I'll worry about it. But
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
this is a problem, though. Well, that goes into the chickens. Okay, well, that's a pity, but... So there is also something kind of neat inside this, in that because you can dig, but you can't necessarily generate walls, you actually need to make some decisions. And in this case here, an early choice to build the treasure room here has limited my expansion. Excuse me, for the training facilities. I think if you do fortified walls, you get some like bonuses to the room. So like I think you get some extras in terms of like training equipment and such. But we should be able to overcome that challenge. I mean, I just go by what the game has told me, right? Which is to prioritize 9x9 rooms, and in this case, I just happen to make things like I'm doing 4 3x3 rooms effectively. I'll have an elite force in no time. We are out of gold, though. Yeah, obviously this looks weird, but heroes are already on their way. Make sure your creatures are well trained and ready for the attack. The heroes you face in this realm are much tougher than the ones that you met in Branahawk. Thought it was Eversmile. I guess Branahawk's the name of like the miserable version. Yeah, so I mean, one thing that's not clear to me is what it takes to attract even more units. But in this case here, I'm happy to just sort of let this run out and see what other rooms we can unlock. One drawback is there aren't any real obvious locations for me to explore. There's the, well. That works.
You have taken control of a new room. The enemy has broken through your walls. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle.
So presumably they're going to find any other heroes. I may want to pick them up as soon as they do, but run for your lives. In this case, it makes as much sense to just train up while we're waiting for the...
Your creatures are under attack.
It makes as much sense to train everyone up while we're waiting for the heroes to come in.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle.
Guy seems really determined to ignore these flies.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
So where are they going?
Your minions are winning a battle.
So I'll let them do their thing. We have some units that need to heal up, but in this case we've got the demon spawn in a pretty intense training regime. I remember the first time I saw this, I was very confused by the fact that rock kind of seemed to be vanishing. Obviously, in this case, it's just fog of war, but clearly the game doesn't really communicate that it's fog of war until you become familiar with it. Then it's like, it obviously makes complete sense. But I will confess to being more confused by that than I probably should have. Alright, this looks like Hero Land.
The enemy has broken through your walls. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
So one catch is, I'm not 100% sure where that was. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll know... Hey! Back to work. Alright, what are you mad at?
Creatures are under attack.
Okay, I guess you're allowed to eat.
Your creatures are under attack.
A lot more people than I thought there would be.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle.
Yeah, I definitely blew this one. I should have just paid attention to where everyone
Are winning a battle. Beware,
where everyone was.
The Lord of the Land approaches.
We shall send you back to the pits, foul one.
Obviously, I do not need to worry that much about preserving the lives of my creatures. These are, these are tools to be used, but it always feels like a waste of resources. I'm pretty sure that was the Lord right there. So we'll do the usual thing. Like once they show up in an area where I can bring a handful of units.
Under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle. You have conquered this realm.
Part of the heroes may have been, but they were obviously no match for your forces. And I guess we just hit space? Yeah, there we go.
Dark Anna. The surviving citizens have more on their plates than a demon spawn with 3 dead adventurers to munch. Not that many citizens have survived as such.
So I'm gonna nibble. I'm gonna guess the 3rd level introduces magic. I don't know how far we're gonna get as far as like real levels are concerned, but sorry, I should have given the description of the region, my bad. Build a dungeon with a treasure room, a lair, a hatchery, and a training room. Make sure they're all big enough. Cramped conditions do nothing for the morale of minions. So start with a... Oops.
You must build a treasure room to store gold.
We'll get there eventually. It's not clear to me where the portal... Oh, there's the portal. I have a specific idea about how this is going to work.
You must build a treasure room to store gold.
Okay. Oh, I already messed it up. But we can start on the treasure room, so... One nice trick about building the treasure room in the room where you do the mining is that you automatically get... Like, by building the treasure room under the piles of gold, you don't need to get people to transport it. It's a very minor benefit, but if you want a sudden influx of gold, that's one way of making it happen. Okay, so we put a layer down here. As you can see, I'm going for the big versions automatically. Whether that's a good idea or not is a whole other question, but it's what I'm working with. I was actually thinking, so I was thinking of putting the training room, but that might actually make noise. I can't remember if noise is a thing, so I'll put the hatchery nearby. This naturally promotes laziness amongst my my troops. This should cover us for anything that might come up. Okay, so this is legitimately impenetrable. That actually creates some inconveniences for the training room. But that's life. I thought I was being clever. I was not. Where the hell are my imps? Obviously, we wanted this thing captured a lot earlier, but grab a chicken, go to bed. Yeah, that's basically what this setup is. I do sometimes wonder if some of this stuff isn't. The time has come to build a library. Libraries are where new devices, room designs, and magic spells are researched. Make a library at least as big as the other rooms. Researchers like quiet too, so try to build your library off the side of a corridor. So I mean, this seems as good of a candidate as anything. So what do you have? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 2. That's a fine collection of parchments and tomes you've assembled. Most creatures can engage in research, but warlocks... Something. Let's get the library up. But yeah, so I've always kind of wondered if there were little simulations of behavior in the background. So if you put like layer and chicken, so you'd promote sloth as opposed to making them walk through the training section. Right. Their spellcasting ability make them fine long-range fighters. We have got a beetle. We have got demon spawn. Your new library will attract creatures like warlocks who are interested in researching magic and dungeon designs. These evil mages are real bookworms as well as being magically proficient themselves. There's the warlock. But yeah, so when we're talking about people liking quiet, there is that interesting question, like if you have a training area near the lair, does this cause people to get to be disturbed? I guess we'll let the warlocks do their research first. Doing okay for the mine as well. Let's just do some beatings to improve the morale. Research harder. Train harder. I'll confess, these seem like rookie numbers compared to the size of the buildings that I have, but...
A new spell has been researched. There is nothing left to research.
Monster. Okay, already your research bears fruit. The speed creature spell has been perfected. Cast it on a creature and observe the dramatic increase in its speed. The effect wears off after a while. I don't think it actually does anything to training. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't, that the tutorial... Did it just not count it? Okay, yeah, no. So I just wanted to make sure that the tutorial recognized I'd used the ability. Let's see if we can find out. Okay, we don't see anything going on with the hero. I am intrigued by this, obviously, but I think I'm going to leave it for my minions to discover. I'm not necessarily opposed to earning a stronger army.
It is payday.
We could afford more imps, I suppose, but all they're really going to do is reinforce the walls. Now would be an excellent time to train a warlock. Well, what do you think I'm doing? How dare you go to bed? So I'm assuming we're just waiting on the heroes to show up. Well, maybe what I'll do is when we have sort of the proper walls built, what I might do is get someone to. I guess I'd have to dig this out. But it seems to me like we want to, build the chicken coop. We've got the treasury, I guess. Yeah, most of the rooms have the walls that we need, but to be honest, I always felt like big treasuries were a waste. Just because, the money's not doing you any good in a big pile. You need enough to cover payday, and that's about it. Alright, so let's see what this brings up. We'll hit the end of this at some point. Back here, you scoundrels. It always bugs me when I'm on one off. These patterns always annoy me, but... Huh. Oh, okay. Well, no, there's more here.
You have tunneled into a new area.
Oh, cool. Skeletons. It's like the heroes are doing their things. So,
You have taken control of a new room.
I think I'll just let them do their... I'll let them do their usual break-in thing. There's obviously going to be a lot of surface area that we have to protect. But I think it's better just to find the spot where they're going to go in, and we can... I mean, we just train up while we wait. I guess maybe they break in at this point? Find out. So my guess would be that this is where the break-in happens, but I'm kind of curious. No. Well, we can force the issue. As nice as it is to have like a big force to take out the good guys, I do kind of want to get on with it. I don't know how much more time I have. There we go.
The enemy has broken through your walls. Your creatures are under attack. Your minions are winning a battle.
Probably overkill, but... But presumably this is going to take us to wherever the heroes came from.
under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning the battle.
I think I lost, oh no, the beetle made it.
It is payday. Your creatures are under attack.
I'm gonna let them do their thing. Let's see if we can protect some minions. I like their loyalty, but not the healthiest spot for these guys to be.
Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning the battle.
That's actually really funny. So I don't have that much more money to train with, to be honest. Presumably we'll attract the Lord of the Land before too long. And I'll confess, I'm not exactly tired, but I'm starting to feel a little pressure in terms of what I need to get through today, so I might have to call it on this one, and I apologize because I realize we're still in sort of the tutorial missions, but I also just don't feel like I've had that much to say over the game. I'm guessing, though, it would probably be fair to say that there's probably interest in me doing this game in the future. If you don't want to see it again, let me know. I'm happy to reevaluate, but I'm gonna guess that there's probably a bit of a. I'm guessing there's a little bit of interest, at least. Why wait for the minions to do it? Or imps. I'm curious how I might provoke a confrontation, though, because obviously we've been taking as much as we can. I'm assuming this is the port.
Broken through your walls.
Oh. Lies and flim-flam. Although I've certainly learned that if I just drop the warlocks on, they make people explode. So it's probably going to take a while for this. Oh, I never noticed there was the cross shape for the water. Or maybe it's an upside down cross, which makes it even more holy. Yeah, the tricky part about seeing them go around the edge like this, I'm assuming they're going to come in through this end. But it does, well, okay, actually it looks like we're chasing them down now, but presumably this is going to be a bit of a wait. This is the one thing that I think is making this a little tricky from a streaming point of view. And by the way, I have very strong opinions about that statement. Maybe I'll share them while we wait. But yeah, this is one of the main reasons why I'm saying this might be the last mission, just because it does feel like it's a bit of there's a lot of waiting involved, and I feel like, maybe if I do this as a standalone cast and one day I can maybe try and find something more interesting to say. But right now I'm really just kind of waiting for the game to catch up. Maybe there's one thing I'll do. Let's see what comes through on this end. It might be they just want me to explore. Maybe not.
You have tunneled into a new area.
Okay, yeah, they're on their way. So one of the things that does interest me about the statement of, for streaming purposes, you can think of games like Dungeon Keeper. This is one that seems to, this seems like it's fair to say that, Dungeon Keeper has been a very influential, big inspiration for a lot of games. I don't really know a lot of people who
You cannot afford to train creatures.
I know a lot of people who will look at this game and say, oh yeah, that nonsense game, Dungeon Keeper, what a disaster that was, right?
Your minions are winning a battle.
The first wave of attackers lie hacked to pieces on the floor and give your domain that lived-in feeling, but it surely won't be long before their kin launch another assault. So I've bankrupted my dungeon on the first run, or the first on the first wave. This will actually be a problem if I don't find another source of wealth, because the training's not going away. We'll wait till payday and then I'll sell off some of the rooms. But yeah, so obviously this is a very influential game. This is a game that a lot of people hold in very high regard. There's a lot of really good things that can be said about it. And what I tend to notice, and again, this is partly, I think part of this is a rhetorical point. I think part of this is the competition present in the, in the marketplace. There's a lot more talk about, making a game either shareable on Reddit. So, I do know that there's some game designers who will make these prototypes and they'll put it together in a GIF, and if it gets traction on like Twitter or on Reddit or something like that, then they will proceed with the prototype. And if it doesn't, then they'll actually abandon the idea. And I'm not necessarily going to say, so I don't know enough about game development to say what is or is not a good way of doing it. I do think that this is definitely a very marketing-driven way of making a game, but I think it's also fair to say, in the end, you are going to want to make a product that appeals to people. And if ultimately you are, if it's something that's shareable, I'm not entirely sure I'm in a position to say, well, this is legitimately gauging interest. Like, this is legitimately finding what people are into.
We come to rid the world of your evil.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your gold reserves are running low. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your minions are winning a battle. It is payday.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to sort of say what does or doesn't work, and what is or isn't proper inspiration.
Your minions are winning a battle.
You
You
meet
have
with
conquered this realm.
You meet with success yet again, Keeper. All those corpses will keep your hatchery's topsoil fertile, but they also serve as warnings to other foolhardy adventurers, of course. But yeah, so the idea here is that, because there are more games coming out, people are feeling the pressure to produce something that's easy to market. And so I think that's why you'll see some of these strategies move ahead. Now, again, my caution on this is that it does feel like it's kind of analogous to the types of movies that get made when there's sort of there's a surprise success as far as a new genre or something like that. There'll be one really kind of breakout hit, and then there will be a number of imitators that come out. And the imitators are never quite as good. And in this case, it's just sort of it's sort of pursuing something that's a bit easier to market. And of course, the thing that made the breakout success so special was that there was something, there was kind of this either story that needed to get told, or this thing that was interesting to the individual. Like, obviously the imitations kind of come off as imitations, and to a certain extent you do need to wonder, why are these people getting into independent game development? I don't think people do it for untold riches. Presumably it's to do something they're interested in. And the question would be, is trying to select on the basis of how shareable a game is. There's an open question as to that. Now, if you think about it, right, if you were to say, well, let's redesign Dungeon Keeper to be more streamable, probably the first thing that you would want to do would be to get rid of these long periods of time where I'm waiting for the heroes to dig into the dungeon. Obviously, those are things that kind of make the stream drag. And yet I don't feel that anyone has ever really said that about Dungeon Keeper. Usually the things that you will hear about Dungeon Keeper are purely positive and really, like either really inspirational game, or, I still love playing it. Oh man, I forgot about this game. Has it really been 25 years? I better, download and install it again. It's never, yeah, isn't it such a shame that it takes so long for the heroes to come into your level? And I mean, in fairness, it could be a bit of a flaw in the game. It is kind of interesting that I did almost bankrupt my dungeon waiting for the heroes to show up, but I'm really not sure what I would have or could have done differently. And if you think about it, like, sometimes it's fair to say that there are things in old games that, people were still sort of figuring out, that maybe it didn't work as well because there just wasn't, like, they hadn't learned the lessons that they needed to yet. But in another sense, I can also see how this game would not necessarily be changed for the better to try and pursue some sort of streaming strategy. And I'm always a little bit worried whenever I hear about the techniques of, throw 100 prototypes against Reddit and see what sticks. I'm always a little bit worried about the pursuit of an easier to distribute game means that we're losing potentially interesting experiences that maybe just need to be sold through other means. I mean, it is worth remembering, right? Like, some of the games that I've enjoyed the most on the stream are not things that, you'd sit down and say, oh yeah, here are all the things that are going to make it successful on Twitch. They're actually very original games that are picking up on things that we never even really knew we wanted. And the interest is following from the fact that they're doing something, interesting and worthwhile. And, again, it's not to say that they don't market them. It's just that they don't market them through the traditional model. Anyways, apparently I got considerably lower style, maybe because of the time.
This place now has a proper name because of what you did here. There is a healthy disrespect for life, and you'll be amused to hear that cannibalism has gained a strong foothold amongst the ragged inhabitants. Flower Hat. Polite bartering has led to extreme compassion and a surfeit of contentment in this area. Not even a thick-skinned troll could survive the understanding and help these scummy people can provide.
All right. That's it for me for tonight, I think. I'd love to be doing some more of this, but I kind of need to, I think I need to wrap it up. We have been going for 4.5 hours as well. Thank you all for joining me for some Sherlock Holmes and for probably more Orwell than I was planning. And then, of course, we finished off with Dungeon Keeper. I will happily do more of this game in the future if you are so inclined. And of course, I will wish you all a Merry Christmas. I've got a couple more hours of it for myself. Olaf, you're still here. I'm sorry I didn't get through more of Dungeon Keeper. I suspect that's probably a favorite for you. But yeah, I'm really happy that you were here, particularly for those of you who maybe didn't have anybody else for Christmas. I hope this was at least a nice little diversion. For those of you who got to spend it with family, obviously, um, glad. I know that's not something that everybody can necessarily bank on. But one way or the one way or another, I definitely appreciate you all hanging out with me and also hanging out with each other. It's one reason why I continue to do the Christmas stuff. I will just note I will not be streaming tomorrow. I know I'd originally said that I was, but I forgot that it was Boxing Day, and I really do need to keep the day for myself. There will be a Cultist Simulator episode though, and we will be back on Wednesday for more Industries of Titan, and Friday most likely with Against the Storm, but I'll figure out where I'm going with that. But yes, there's definitely some names that I was really happy to see here for Christmas. So thank you for that, because it's something I was looking forward to. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of people online who I know. So let's see if we've got Industries of Titan. Nope. Phantom Brigade. Nope. What else can I do? Sjaba, thank you very much for stopping by. I don't know if you were here for some of the earlier stuff, but thank you very much for that. Someone streaming Elden Ring. Tell you what, I'm going to leave you all to your own devices. I'm sorry not to. I'm sorry not to leave it for hosting, but I think it's just as good for me to wrap it up. Again, thank you all for making this a good Christmas. For those of you who enjoy Boxing Day, which I think is pretty much Olaf, actually Vanguard Master as well. I hope you enjoy the time off for the holiday or however you put it. I'm still debating on whether or not I should pick some stuff up during the Steam sale. But that is a reflection that I can do on my own time. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks again for watching.